Let's see what time is now. Okay, today, November 5th at 5:02, we will start with the closed session. And I know that we have to have a roll call.
President Nguyen.
Marigan.
President Nguyen will be joining us soon. Vice President Lay.
Right.
Clerk Herrera.
Here.
Here.
Member Cortese.
Here.
Member Chavez. Here.
All right, everyone's here, and I think we can move to the closed session, and we reconvene at 6 p.m. for the open session.
You should call for, I'm sorry, we should call for any public comment first.
Do we have any public comments?
There are no written public comments.
Okay,
And there
great.
are no
Thank
hands
you.
raised.
Okay, all right. All right, now we can join the closed session. Thank you, everyone. I would like to welcome everyone to involve in open session via Zoom video conference. So what I'm gonna welcome and explain to the audience that any person may address the board on any item on the meeting agenda, information explaining board meeting procedures, and how member of the public can address the board will be read. Person wishing to address the board must fill out a speaker request from via online submission at https://form or via text at 831-524-5100. Please reference in your submission the agenda item number for your comments. Your comment will be read aloud as part of the public meeting. Comments should be limited to no more than 1,000 characters in length. You may also raise your virtual hand in Zoom to request to speak. You will have 2 minutes to speak. So now we go to item number 5, with adoption of the agenda. The superintendent and board member may request that item be removed from the agenda of consideration and or carried to a future board meeting for consideration and or action, and or that the board take action in a regular meeting on a subject not listed on the published agenda on an emergency basis or other basis allowed by law.
Madam Vice President, we would like to move agenda item 14.1 and put it in front of 8.05. They're both very similar, but the 14.1 should be heard first.
So we're going to move item 14.1 before item 8?
8.04.
8.04. Do you have any objections? Any other change? If not, then we can adopt the agenda, move the item 14.1 before item 8.04. So now we move to item number 6. We don't have any item for calendar on the board special recognition. So we move to item number 7, student board liaison. So we ask Bruce Nguyen, student governing board representative, to report. Welcome back, Bruce Nguyen.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to report a few things as well. So first would be the climate of distance learning and how students are approaching that. So at the Student Governing Board, we are devising a student town hall. This was something that came to us from a fellow board member, Ms. Cortese. And also we approached Ms. Chavez about the idea, and it looks like we are moving forward with creating a space for students to express current experiences and concerns with distance learning. And can you hear me very well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So this date will be to be determined, and it will be held 1 or 2 weeks prior to the next board meeting this month. And students will be encouraged to attend that board meeting for public comment. So it would work hand in hand together, and we hope that whoever may attend will also express their concerns to the district. Next, we have the ethnic studies, and what the Student Governing Board is doing is we are supporting the course, but we want to collaborate in the future with the activities of the board, with fitting it into student schedules. It will be a better idea to assess students and determine how they would also include it as well. So what that might mean would be in the future, we could look at students through surveys, we can look at parents, we can also recommend reaching out to different schools and learning from them how to tackle ethnic studies as well. Number 3, we have a need to access board resources and policies. So often students don't know what policies they are protected under. So like I reiterated before, we want to ensure that students understand Title IX policies as well as the updated Title IX policies and know where to find them. And we also want to make sure that students and parents have access to translated policies. So when you think of our communities, there are languages other than English. Think Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, Chinese as well. And yeah, it's really important that everyone has access to these policies. So that concludes my 3 points. I do have a question. In order to boost student morale during distance learning as well as in general, what are schools doing under district policy to recognize students that are merit-based? So when we look at recognizing students, is there policies for honor roll? Is there policies for student of the month? And do we do PBIS on campuses? I know at my school we do PBIS, but I'm wondering how the district is emphasizing that. So yeah, that's my question.
That's a great report, Bruce. And I think that Superintendent Fung, could you answer this question from Bruce Nguyen, Student Governance Board?
Yeah, so we have a lot of policies that I think students would be very interested in being able to review. We have a direct link on our website to all board policies. But I think we can also kind of get feedback on maybe what are the top 5 or 10 that you would like to have specifically a link to that is downloadable right from our homepage. That's something that we can definitely look into. Right now, the link takes you to board docs to take you to all the policies, and many of those they're all under certain headings, and there's headings for students and the various policies. I think Bruce also makes a great point tied to making sure that our policies are translated or have the ability to have them translated. As for PBIS, some schools have are following that. Most are now using the MTSS framework that also incorporates PBIS. So I'm not able to give you a list of schools off the top of my head, but it's something that we certainly could have student services report back to the student governing board at the next student governing board meeting.
Yeah, and I would really appreciate that. I'm aware that my school has MTSS as well, and I would try to follow up with them as well as having other schools do that as well.
Great, thank you. I'm not sure our President Lan Nguyen is already back yet, so we can move on item number 8 or not.
Yes, we can move on.
Okay. Item number 8, 801. Superintendent and board member may request the item to be considered, discussed, act on out of the order indicate on the agenda as per schedule, but we already moved the item 14.1 before 8.04 already. So we can move on. Any other item that we need to consider to be acted out of the order? If
Staff has nothing else?
Nothing else? All right. Then we move to 8.02 will be presentation and discussion regarding school side progress and program highlights. Marco Menendez, Principal, James Lakes High School. Please.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Again, my name is Marco Menendez. I'm the principal of James Lake High School. What you see here on our cover page is an image of our building. And the reason we put it there is because we are very proud to be the very first high school in the Eastside Union High School District. Built back in 1950, this building still stands the test of time as an icon in the whole community. We're still clicking away and making waves in our district. So very proud of our history. Here we are in our 71st year. So yeah, we'll move on to the next slide. Like every school in the district, we're very proud to continue the effort to build equitable communities in East Side. We start every.
Well, thank you. Okay, I mean, okay, bye.
Sorry? I was going to say what we do is we start every staff meeting every week with a reminder to ourselves of the points of building equitable communities. And I try to phrase it in a different way each time, sometimes in the frame of questions and sometimes just as a reflective piece. But we always are making sure that we welcome all students as they are, that we're identifying their strengths and areas of growth so that we know them and support them, that we are responding positively to the social, emotional, wellness, and academic needs of every student, and that all students are being engaged with tasks that develop the strategic thinking skills for full participation in their local communities and in the global society. This is a deep, deep-rooted purpose and effort for us. Next slide, please. This is a look at our enrollment over the past 9 years. You can see that we've had a steady decline year after year. This year, actually, we were projected to have either a flat line or a little bit of growth, but due to the unfortunate circumstances of the pandemic, we saw another decline. So we're right at, if you look all the way to the right of the screen, we are at 928. Each of these figures are based on the seabeds data. So they're all looking at the same time in the year, each year. And what you can see in the colors are the different races and ethnic backgrounds of our students represented. The green bottom is the Latino or Latinx student population, which is the vast majority of our students. The next largest groups from there are Asian and Filipino, and then white and African American are quite small groups at our school. In the next slide, what you'll see is how this year is broken down a little bit deeper. So there again, on the right, you see the race and ethnic breakdown of our student population. And on the left, you get to see the student groups identified in other areas. So you will see that 85.9% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. That's what the SED stands for at the bottom of the biggest bar in that bar graph. So almost 86% of our students are socioeconomically challenged. We have about 20% of our student body as English learners, and it always fluctuates between 15 to 20% of our student population are students with disabilities. And like every other school, we also make sure we serve any student who is foster youth or homeless in the McKinney-Vento programs. Our mission is reviewed by our school regularly, and we update it whenever we feel it needs to be more modern and relevant to the way our culture is built. And so our mission went through a review a few years back, and this is the latest version. We are dedicated to provide a safe and caring learning environment where students achieve the academic, personal, and social development required to pursue post-secondary education, compete in a changing job market, and participate in a multicultural democratic society. You do see that we are a new tech school, and I'll give you more on that in our next slide. So a lot of folks ask each of us, what is a new tech school? And we've all tried to practice our little elevator speech to give people that really quick and concise version of what it means to be a new tech school. Basically, new tech is a framework, a model for how you approach education. We are part of a new tech network of 221 schools across the country and several schools in Australia. That is in 28 different states. And here you have the New Tech Network's mission statement, which is to partner with districts and communities to transform schools into innovative learning environments so that all students graduate ready for college and career. And the New Tech Network believes that every student and adult has the capacity to learn and to improve, and that authentic, meaningful learning is rooted in inquiry, reflection, and agency. Schools are the most powerful unit of change in providing each child with equal access to high quality education. So being a New Tech school means we guide our whole framework around the design pillars of New Tech. There are those 4 design pillars, and you'll see how those manifest in different ways at James Lick. We have outcomes that really matter across all curriculum areas. We have a very special approach to teaching. Our innovative approaches of teaching engages students in different ways. We have a culture that empowers every member of the community to participate in the collective collaboration decision-making process. And we have state-of-the-art, cutting-edge technology. We are often the piloting school for new technology that the district wants to see if it's applicable at a district-wide level. So you can see those manifest in different ways. We have adopted the New Tech norms as our Comet family values. That's how we call them, which are trust, respect, and responsibility. And we try to reflect this at school, in our community, and at home. We also use the New Tech learning outcomes. We call them our pillars. And those pillars are agency and growth mindset. So we want students to take ownership of their learning. We want them to make sure that they always have that growth mindset, that learning, that they're not discouraged by the challenges they face, that they're working on collaboration. And then next slide, that they are developing their oral and written communication skills. These pillars, these outcomes that are New Tech defined are measured in every subject area using a rubric criteria. And so whether it's math or English or history, it doesn't matter. Every teacher at James Lick is using these same school-wide learning outcomes, our pillars, to measure student progress. That's one of our things that makes us quite unique. Moving on. We also have a very unique teaching structure, and that is to use project-based learning in every classroom. Now, a lot of folks think project-based learning means just doing projects, and we try to make sure we're differentiating the understanding behind this. For us, project-based learning means that the student is doing a lot of discovery and inquiry and learning of the content through the process of project. So the emphasis is more on the process than the actual product of the project. And that's really what project-based learning really focuses on, is that whole learning process, the collaboration, the communication in the process, the discovery, the agency, the growth mindset. You'll see that if you visit us, project-based learning in action in every classroom. Moving along. Another big part of that culture that empowers is how we collaborate and how we model it with our students and how we do it with our community. We do have co-taught classes, not in the typical sense that you might think of co-taught between a special education teacher and a general education teacher. In our framework, a co-taught class means combining 2 different content areas. And so we have classes such as biology and English being combined into a bio-lit class, mathematics and PE being combined into one singular math PE class, Spanish and history being combined, and American Studies, which combines United States history with English. These co-curricular courses have 2 teachers in the classroom teaching both subjects simultaneously, integrating the curriculum and having the projects make sure they're covering the content standards in both content areas. They also learn a lot of collaboration through the group projects the students work together on. Then, of course, outside of the classroom, we show our collaboration through a lot of shared governance committees, and we take them very seriously, trying to make sure every person has voice and choice in the process of the decision-making at our school. We also have a lot of collaboration with our community partners outside of the school. And you can see some of those listed on the right in the icons of this screen. So iMentor is a program that matches up mentors who are professionals in their areas with a student on our campus and helps guide them through the college and career readiness process. We have other college community partners that help guide students through the application, financial aid, and all of that. We also have great partners such as New Hope for Youth and a partnership with Stanford offering our FAST program, which pairs grad students at Stanford with our science department so that students can work on science projects with Stanford scientists. Great projects. We also try to make sure that our technology is always using the latest and most available technology at our fingertips. Right now, our learning management system is the only one that is being used differently from the rest of the district. While the rest of the district uses School Loop, our campus uses Canvas. And this is unique because we chose it not only because we felt it really fit the new tech model, allowing us to do rubrics and having a lot more teacher control, but also since it is the largest learning management system in the nation with 30% of the market share and one of the most popular learning management systems at the college level, especially in California, we feel by introducing students to the Canvas technology early, they will be even more prepared to use it in college. We also use Parent Square as one of our cutting edge technologies as a form of communication. These are just other ways that made us feel prepared to make the shift to distance learning in a real unique way. Since all of our students were already very engaged in using Canvas, they had, I think, an easier time making that shift into the distance learning, and same with our teachers. So we felt uniquely prepared to make the shift to distance learning just because of our real emphasis on using the most modern technology. Moving to the next slide. Here we show you some of our student performance data. The graduation trends I think needs to be highlighted is that what you can see here over a 10-year period, in the 4 years and even the 5th year before we became new tech, you'll see that only 2 out of those years, we got over 80% graduation rate. And then ever since our school became a new tech school, consistently over 80%, in fact, 3 years over 84%. So we have shown a constant increase in our graduation trends ever since we've become a new tech school. Here's some more highlights of our data. We do show that we have had our graduation rates increase, which has allowed our Latino students to move up a color in the spectrum in the California dashboard. But it does also show that we have some work to do in other areas. So what you can see on this slide is that the students with disabilities and English learners are the 2 groups where we recognize we have more growth and learning to do and more support for these 2 areas. Moving to the next slide. Here's some of the student performance data in terms of suspensions. And what you can see in this slide is that nearly every group is in the orange. And that is something that we have recognized as a need for developing and continuing to develop our positive school climate and culture and to really focus on MTSS supports. And I'll tell you more on that a little bit later. We did find it telling that the only group that was different was our white student population. And that was because we saw a decline, a very small decline, but a decline nonetheless. Moving on to the next slide. We actually were fortunate enough to be invited to present to the board after the latest results of the Panorama survey came out. And so what you're able to see is a comparison to last year at this time to this year and where our students are. You'll notice that this year's Panorama has a lot more categories and areas to measure. But what I think you can see is that we are comparable as a school in terms of how our students feel about their school and their school climate to the rest of the district. And students all across the district, regardless of their demographic data, are having a lot of the same feelings about their school as our school. We do see that we have some gains or some improvements in some areas, such as the knowledge and fairness of our rules and our norms and our discipline. But we also saw some declines in some areas, such as academic needs. And so we are doing that analysis work right now, that reflective work, to see how much of this is related to the distance learning model and to the pandemic. And I think that's why, as a district, we did choose to alter our questions in the Panorama survey to try to really zone in on that data. The next slide also looks at some of the Panorama data. This one's more focused on how the students are feeling about themselves. And so it's their well-being, their social emotional learning. And what you can see here is that, again, our students are really having some struggles this year that are different from last year. What you see is that an overwhelming amount of our students are really having some deep, deep frustrations and some feelings of isolation and loneliness. And it's harder for them to nurture those positive feelings in the distance learning environment. I can't zone in on the questions very specifically for the purpose of this presentation, but I'll let you know that at a staff meeting, we did go deeper into the questions to look at what they were saying about why they were feeling these way. And where we are noticing that it's the distance learning model that is really making students feel that isolation and loneliness. I'm sorry, can we go back to the previous slide one more time? I do want to point out, though, that the students did say overwhelmingly, 78%, if you'll see that bottom right-hand number, that they feel that there are supportive relationships coming from the school, that the teachers are reaching out, that the teachers are trying to make contact and trying to show that support, and that our support staff are doing the same. And so we saw this as a good sign that we're in the right direction and that we can continue the work we're doing to show that support. Okay, we're ready for the next slide now. So here's where our staff and our families fall in terms of the Panorama survey. Again, this is the latest data from the most recent Panorama survey this fall. You can see that in our staff, we do have areas of frustration revolving around the learning model. So the lowest number has to do with that learning model. And then at the bottom with the student needs, feeling that because we are in this distance learning model, it is a real challenge to support those student needs. But there is a strong sense of fairness and school public health measures are heading in the right direction. We didn't have a huge turnout for the families, but much bigger turnout actually than last year. And of the families that did respond, we did see certainly some positive signs in terms of our family assistance and some concerns relating to our learning model. So pretty much across the board, teachers, students, and family members are all recognizing that the distance learning model is not ideal and a challenge. But at the same time, they're recognizing as a community, everyone is doing their best to manage and to get through it and collectively coming together. And as a Comet family, we feel very proud of how our students have risen to the occasion. Our teachers are doing a tremendous job. Okay, so we do have some areas of growth that I mentioned earlier. We do recognize that our students with disabilities have not good graduation rates and suspension rates. And we have recognized this. The sentence that you see here is actually a direct quote from our school plan for student achievement, our SPSA, which goes to the board, I believe, in the next meeting. We have it built into our plan that we are going to spend a lot of attention on trying our best to support students with disabilities in as many different ways as we can. And obviously that has to do with making sure they are in the least restrictive environment by using as much inclusion practices as possible and co-teaching practices. This means pushing instructors into those co-taught classes. We want special ed teachers to be in the general ed classroom, supporting all the students in a real inclusion model. Next slide. Our other area of growth has to do with English learners. And so,
Froze.
oh,
There
all
we
right.
go.
Perfect. Again, you'll see a quote directly from our school plan for student achievement, recognizing that English learners is another area of growth for us in supporting our students. While they do have slightly better graduation rates than our students with disabilities and slightly better suspension rates in terms of lower rates than our students with disabilities, they are still disproportionate compared to our English proficient students. And so again, we've recognized that this is an area we want to focus on and spend a lot of time supporting, figuring out better ways to support students who are English learners. And so this slide takes an image from the New Tech resources. As part of being in the New Tech network, we have rights and access to use their resources and their materials. And we use this image a lot as we think about how to get to our North Star of student achievement. We know we want students to achieve, but we know in order to get there, we have that foundation of purpose and mission, followed by culture and relationships, and finally moving on up. We have to make sure we don't, because of our comfort zone, skip to an upper level without doing the work at those foundational levels. And so this is why we actually look at this slide at every collaboration meeting. And we also try to remind ourselves of the importance of our purpose, our mission, and building a strong positive culture and building those authentic relationships with each other and with our students. Directly related to that work is our work with multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS. And so like every other school, we have put together a team. We are, in terms of the district implementation process, we are a cohort 2 school, which means we are now in our second year of implementation. Last year, our MTSS Tier 1 team named itself the Comet Culture Advocates because we recognized our area of growth was really about positive school climate and culture. And you can see a breakdown of the membership. We have 2 administrators. We have 10 certificated staff from a wide range of areas to make sure there's really great representation. We also made sure that we had parents, students, and our parent community involvement specialists. Our theory of action was developed through that process of meeting and coming together, and it directly ties to both the school mission and that notion of building culture and relationships. When we include more SEL practices and common assurances, we create a safe learning environment and positive school culture that is authentic and connected to our community. This results in learning opportunities for each adult and student to achieve, succeed, and realize their potential. You'll notice language from that theory of action from both our mission statement and from New Tech terminology. So in terms of our progress, our first year, we focused on mainly developing and continuing to foster a positive school climate and culture, to foster more social emotional learning practices, and to begin to identify what our common assurances are as a school. Now that we are in our second year, we want to continue to build on that positive culture and beginning to connect that work to our academic supports and interventions by making sure we're engaging everyone in reflective practices and data-driven analysis and actions. So what are our next steps? Well, we have some both short-term ones and some longer range ones. In terms of what we're working on right now, we are really making sure we offer as much professional development as we can that focuses on supporting the struggling students and grading for equity. We also make sure we continue to look at data. And so that means sharing the recent marking period data each time it comes out and looking at our survey results from Panorama. We try to make sure staff is doing the reflective practice activities to encourage both collaboration and the sharing of best practices. All of that is currently underway, and we're doing it every step of the way, each week, each month. Our longer range is what we're also working on, which is to continue to deepen our understanding and commitment to the MTSS framework, to identify our Tier 2 supports and interventions for target groups, but also to strengthen our New Tech model. We are in our 7th year of being a New Tech, I think it's 7, maybe it's 6, of being a New Tech school. And so every so often we try to engage ourselves in a conversation of, let's strengthen that. Let's remind ourselves of what it means to be a new tech school. And then of course we recognize that because we're in a distance learning model and there has been a loss of learning, that we need to prepare for long-term adjustments necessary that are due because of this pandemic. And so in terms of what we feel we need in terms of support, because we have recognized as an area of growth that a support for students with disabilities is one of our biggest needs, it is a challenge for us to continue to do those inclusion and push-in models with the limited number of special ed teachers that we have. And so for us, the best thing that would be for us is to get another special ed teacher so that we can have more co-teaching opportunities, more inclusion practices, more and decreasing those caseloads for all SPED teachers. We currently do not have in our budget ability to have an EL mentor. We had it last year, but we had to reduce for this year. But we did find that having an EL mentor definitely helped in supporting the English learner population. We are currently funding a release period for our professional development coordinator out of our Title I budget. And that was unanimously approved by our school site council in our school plan for student achievement. And we are hoping to continue that going forward. We also want to continue our MTSS coaching and consulting that the collaborative learning solution has been providing through the contract with the district. So that brings me to the end of our presentation. I'm now happy to address any questions. I want to thank you all for allowing us to present to you. We're very proud. We are the Comet Pride, and the Comet family is here for you to visit anytime. So at this time, if you have any questions for me.
Any questions, comments from board members? You can help by raising your hand virtually so that we can see who have their hand up and then call one by one. So I don't see any comment. Okay, so I see board member Chavez. Questions, comment?
Yeah, thank you, Principal Menendez, for a very thorough conversation. Really appreciate it. There is a lot happening. It is very clear. I really appreciate like all the strategies, all the things that y'all are working on, where the areas of growth. I know it takes a lot of reflection, a lot of thought to get to that point. And it's very clear that you all are doing a lot of work at James Lick. And so a question that I have is, as you think about like big picture, where I want James Lick to be, I heard ELL and SPED students in particular stand out to you as like an area of growth. Like, how are you thinking about like, if I were to hit this milestone, this would be a huge win, right? Like, this is what I'm thinking about. Like, what is that in your mind, given the work that you all are doing?
Well, there's so many ways to answer that question. Obviously, we want to continue to see our student performance numbers rise with, in particular, those two student groups, but also with all our students. We do tremendous work, and I think it's a testament to our staff and our counselors and our admin team and all of our teachers that we have shown a steady increase nonstop every year. But we're wanting to make sure we continue to see that movement going in that direction. And our deepest concern is that with this latest pandemic challenge that the whole world is facing, that we're going to have a minor setback and have to do some catch-up work to get back to that momentum that we were building. I will say, we are doing some incredible work also with developing new programs. And one of the things that I didn't put in the presentation that I did want to take an opportunity to highlight is our art department has really blossomed in a way that it has developed an art academy that now is the only school, to my knowledge, in the district that offers all upper level AP art courses. And that's because our students are eating it up. They love it. And our art department has just continued to really infuse a love of the arts, which we're really excited about. We're also now sort of exploring options for different career technical education programs that might be good to our community, but also that that respond to the industry sectors and where the jobs are going to be in the future. So those are the different things that are being talked about across our campus. Sorry for such a verbose answer to your question.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Board Member Lay, questions, comment?
Yes, I comment James Lake's admin, teachers, staff have done such a wonderful job for our student for new tech school. My two questions that I have for Principal Menendez is, do you face any challenge during the pandemic when you have those classroom collaborations like bio literature or I think it's a Spanish history or the math and PE. That's the very interesting things that I want to hear from you. And the next question that I have for you is do you have any survey about a student who graduate from James Lake, especially but English learners or McKinney-Vento student who continue to go to school or they choose a career pathway to go to high tech? That's my two questions.
Thank you for those questions. So to your first question, you know, it was a wonderful opportunity to show the benefits of a co-taught class, and the distance learning model only emphasized that. In fact, a lot of the teachers who teach single standing classes developed a little bit of jealousy because they would have loved to have had a fellow adult in the room managing the class with them. When you have two adults working with a big group of students, one of the adults can work on maybe in the chats or developing the breakout rooms or doing all of these things that it's hard to do when you're the person presenting. And so having two adults work together actually was a beneficial thing for the distance learning model. And so a lot of our team teachers have expressed that they are so thankful to be in those co-taught classes in the distance learning model because they find it to be extremely beneficial for both the students and the teachers. To your second question, you know, we haven't had an exhaustive or comprehensive survey of graduates, but what we do know is that because students engage in our iMentor program, and the iMentor program was over a 3-year period, it would be from junior year, senior year, and then first year of college. We did get information about students who did go on to the tech sector. But very often people sort of think that because we are a new tech school, that means that we're pushing students in that direction. But that's not actually what we're trying to do. We're instead trying to show that we have a framework that allows students to use their agency to figure out what's going to be the best pathway for them. And so we have students who have gone on to Harvard, but to study, you know, something that wasn't necessarily the tech industry, maybe law or political science or something like this. We've had students go on to Berkeley and to Stanford and to so forth. And we're more proud of the fact that they have made the agency to make their decision about what pathway they want, and that they're still getting into the top schools across the country, which we're certainly very proud of.
Awesome. Thank you.
Board Member Cortese, questions, comment?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the great presentation, Mr. Menendez. And you mentioned iMentor a couple of times, which I have a passion for that program and that, you know, mentoring in general. Has the program continued this year in spite of distance learning, or how have you been able to make that work?
So the program has continued, but I am saddened to say it is sunsetting this year. We were able to make sure that the juniors, who are the group that started fresh in the program last year, were going to continue to be supported this year as seniors, and then next year when they go into their first year of college. But we did not start a new cohort with the iMentor program this year. So what normally would have happened is this year's seniors are in their second year, and then we would start a group of juniors in their first year of the iMentor program. But because the program is sunsetting, and that was an internal decision that iMentor had to make through their own processes of figuring out what programs they're able to support and sustain. We did have some structural challenges with trying to make it work within our schedule, but I think we had an overwhelming amount of our teachers and community that really, really valued the program. So we are definitely deeply saddened that it is being sunsetted, because we can see the benefit from it in so many different ways.
Thank you.
Board Member Herrera?
Thank you, Principal Menendez, for your presentation. That was great to hear. Couple of questions. One is, district performance metrics are always significantly higher when we track the students we've had all 4 years versus those who have been in and out of our system during the 4 years. I'm wondering at James Lick whether how significant of a factor is that? Where is it relatively high, relatively low, or somewhere in the middle in terms of the transitory nature of students that we don't have all 4 years at James Lick?
Board Member Herrera, I'm actually very happy you asked that question, because that is an extremely telling number. For our local cohort, which is what you defined as being the student who starts with us from day one of freshman year and stays with us all 4 years, the graduation rate at our school is 94%.
Wow.
Compared to the school-wide of 85%. So that is a huge, huge difference. If they start with us and stay with us, they're going to graduate and they're going to do well. But it is those transient students that it's hardest for us to support and to hold on to and to nurture and to show the James Lick culture and the family that we are. The Comet family.
I just think that factor needs to be at the forefront of any presentation of our schools, because you can't instruct students who aren't there, and the ones that we do have, we do remarkably well with, and you're another school that proves that. So thank you for that. And my last question is, these are challenging times, and how would you characterize the climate at James Lick High School? Just how people are feeling, coping, all things considered, not just COVID.
Well, I would certainly say it's the full spectrum, just to be sort of the easy answer. But that's because it's a really tough time. This week in general is a time of high anxiety for everyone for a myriad of different reasons that don't even need to be said. But then on top of that, this pandemic has devastated every community across the world. A lot of us have lost family members. We are certainly wanting to support each other as best we can. It's hard when we feel so isolated and separated from each other, and yet still just tremendous, amazing amount of love and support and community and camaraderie coming from all different directions. The love and support that we all show for our food services workers who have been on the front lines of serving the community from day one is a testament to how much we care about every person in our community. And so, I can't say things are rosy because it's tough. The teachers are having to work harder than they've ever had in their career, as has every other staff member. And the students are having to work harder than they ever have. It's really tough to stare at a screen for 7 hours a day and then have to go and do more work after that. All the while trying to manage your home life and not getting that social interaction that feeds that social emotional learning and that health. We have been trying to make sure we're focusing on mindfulness and social emotional learning, because we find that is the priority in this climate right now, this global climate that we're in. Not to mention the frustrations we've had with social injustice. George Floyd hit our community hard, and we are a Black Lives Matter supporting campus. So, I mean, I think we have all of those same emotions that are going through every other school across our community. So it's tough. I don't want to paint a pretty picture because people are struggling, people are hurting, but we are working through it together, and we are a strong family.
Mhm. Thank you again for your presentation.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. It's encouraging to see your graph of, or your tracking of student graduation rates every year in the last 10 years. And it seems like the rate goes up every year, except 14-15, which was the year that we implemented the new tech school, which the graduation rate was at 75 or something. But other than that, it goes up every year, and now it's at the highest. I think last year was at the highest. So you are doing right, you know. So keep doing it, because that's probably one of the most important things. I mean, other than tracking what they go after they graduate, but the main goal for us is get them graduated, you know, and then see where they go from there. So
thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so next is the presentation relating to social workers student support during COVID-19. Ms. Marcus, this is your presentation.
Yes, good evening. And actually, it will not be my presentation, but it gives me great pleasure to formally introduce to you our new Director of Student Services, Dr. Shanice Powell, who, along with two of our social workers and one of our parent community and involvement specialists, will bring to you the presentation highlighting student behavior and mental health trends. Dr. Powell.
Welcome.
Absolutely.
We don't hear you, Dr. Powell, for whatever reason.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, let's go with the no headphones. Good afternoon, board members. It's a pleasure to virtually meet you all. Today, we're going to talk about student behavior and mental health trends as it relates to COVID-19. Next slide. Within the Department of Student Services, we too are committed to building equitable Eastside communities. And we look at the work that we're doing to support not only our staff, but our students, and ensuring that our students are welcomed as they are, and that their strengths and growths are known as well as supported. And in addition to that, we want to ensure that our adults know how to positively respond to the social emotional wellness and academic needs, which is really where a lot of our work sits. And then that all students engage with tasks, develop the strategic thinking for full participation in their local communities and the global society. And so for us, when we think about building those equitable communities, we're committed to doing that using that multi-tiered system of supports, where we're able to support all students and monitor their progress using data and results. And then also we're able to organize our practices and unify them to support student outcomes. And so we're really going to outline how we do that and how we've been doing that during this pandemic and within distance learning. And so we'll talk about student behavior and mental health. What I want to do is I want to ground us in the behavior aspect first. And the reason that I want to do that is because the reality is that in every classroom, student behavior is an important form of communication. Students may call out in class. Sometimes they even withdraw and have their heads down on their desk. But in each case, those behaviors are signs that they may not have the skills to tell us what it is that they may be needing. And so for us, as we thought about this transition into distance learning, it was really important for us to ground ourselves in common assurances around how we respond to behavior during distance learning. And so many of you have seen our uniformed behavior response. And so what we did was we really took a look at that and adapted it specifically for distance learning. And so we kept the model of having a first response, a second response, and a third response. But one of the things that we did was we were intentional about expanding our classroom positive behavior supports, because we recognize that our families are the largest support that we have in managing student behavior while students are at home. And so we wanted to identify some clear interventions and strategies that they could use in the classroom level. We also wanted to be sure that we had common definition across our school sites as to what suspension meant in a virtual setting. So what does it mean to be suspended in a virtual setting? And then how are we going to document behaviors that we're seeing so that we can look at that information to inform our practice? Next slide. And so what we've learned this year and what we've seen so far is that we've had 106 behavior-related referrals this year. Primarily what we've seen those referrals for is technology misuse, disruption and defiance, which is a really broad and really can encompass a lot of different things, right? And then the last one is profanity or vulgarity that a student might use. And this is also really broad. This could be a singular curse word, which more often than not, a student may have said a single curse word, and that could potentially result in a behavior referral. Next slide. But our overall trends across the district, as we look at the data, is that our behavior referrals and suspensions and expulsions are significantly down this year. We've had no expulsions. I think we've maybe had 2 suspensions, if I remember correctly, and our referrals are completely down. What has increased significantly as a result of being on distance learning is our students and our families' basic needs, their social emotional needs, as well as their mental health needs. Next slide. And so here in this slide, we want to share with you a little bit about the data. And so we're sharing with you our data over the past 3 years. In 18-19, we had 3,690 referrals. And in 19-20, we had 3,292. We recognized that our referral trends were actually decreasing. As of October 22nd of this year, we've had 922 referrals as it relates to the mental health services. And so at this current rate, we're actually projected to have more referrals for students this year than we have in the past. We have 13 social workers in our traditional school sites, and then we have 4 social workers supporting our emotional disability programs as well. And so 922 referrals is a heavy load. And so I just want to commend our team for the work that they've been doing to address and meet each of these referrals. As we look at the trends within our referrals, echoing what Mr. Menendez said earlier, we're seeing that there's been a drastic increase in students who are having feelings of depression as well as feelings of anxiety this school year. And then in addition to that, we've also seen an increase in referrals related to the family and home as well. And so we've really had to think about, next slide, given the trends and how they've shifted as a result of distance learning, how do we rethink and reimagine what it means to support students' social, emotional, and mental health needs? And so in the past, we've really focused on kind of those psychological needs, dealing with anxiety, depression, and with the distance learning, we've really had to expand that to also really think deeply about how do we ensure that our students' biological and physical needs are met, right? Housing, food, right? And then safety as it relates to security, their actual physical health. And then we can get to that place where we're able to talk about mental health in terms of the psychological supports and services that our families need. And so as we thought about this shift and this expansion of services that we really needed during distance learning, our team worked really diligently to put together a clear plan. Next slide. And so our plan really focused on 4 areas. Those 4 areas being infrastructure. We recognize that typically because of the types of services we provide, we need consent from parents to provide those services. And so the barrier of how do I get parental consent to provide supports and services to students when I can't meet them and I can't hand them the consent form, we had to really think through that. In addition, as a part of our plan, we really looked at training, outreach, and then our service delivery model, meaning how are our social workers, our student advisors, our parent and community involvement specialists actually going to get the services to the families and the students on the ground. And so what I'll do is I'll just walk you through a little bit of those 4 phases of our distance learning response plan. Next slide. So the first thing that I want to share with you is around our infrastructure. And so prior to distance learning, our social work team did a lot of things by hand. We had paper files, paper notes, and obviously with being on distance learning, in order for us to remain compliant with HIPAA and FERPA, which protects student information, we needed to make a shift to be able to case manage and provide supports to our students. And so we want to thank the board for approving our purchase of the Athena Penelope software, which allows us to establish caseloads for students, as well as provide and send out consents and releases of information electronically. But more than that, it allows us to provide various types of social, emotional, and mental health assessments to students to really do overall screenings. An example of that would be through this system, we could send out the ACEs, or the Adverse Childhood Experience, to a student who's requesting services for us so that we can really support and target their specific needs. Next slide. The second thing that we really had to consider that fell into our infrastructure was just like us, the community organizations that we partner with to expand our services for physical health, mental health, social emotional needs, pro-social skills, and academic needs have also been impacted by distance learning. And so each of those organizations, and for us, we partner with over 29 organizations, have had to reconstruct their entire service delivery model as well. And so traditionally, the way in which we would make a referral for a student to their organization, those processes were not in place anymore as a result of distance learning and COVID-19. And so what we did as a means of really bringing us together to figure out how we were going to address that was we started what we're calling the Community-Based Organization Collaborative. And what that is a monthly meeting where we meet with the organizations that we have MOUs and contracts with to provide these services so that we're collectively conducting needs assessment and planning how we're going to refer students and integrate our systems to be able to provide supports to them. Next slide. The last infrastructure piece we really wanted to look at is our students. While we're on campus, many of our students have relationships with our staff or friends who in the past we really were able to leverage to report concerns that they might have around their social, emotional, or mental health needs. And even those students who didn't necessarily feel comfortable voicing that, we were able to physically see them, right? And so one of the things that we really had to consider is what can we put in place to provide our students in our community an opportunity to report to us concerns that they might have. And so we worked with Say Something, which is in partnership with Sandy Hook Promise, to establish and re-roll out our Say Something anonymous reporting system, which allows our students and our community members to submit anonymous tips about safety concerns, various safety concerns that may be occurring within our students. When those tips come in, they are triaged by the Say Something call center, which assesses whether or not there's a life safety concern, in which case they would deploy law enforcement to support the immediate crisis. And if it's not a life safety concern, then those anonymous tips are shared with our administrators at our school sites so that we can then deploy our social workers, our parent and community involvement specialists to reach out to those families as well. Next slide. The second component of our distance learning plan was an intentional effort to increase training and professional development to our staff. And so we've been able to provide integrated trauma training to 98 staff members across our district. In addition to that, we relaunched our therapeutic crisis intervention for schools training, which really isn't intended to support staff in being able to communicate and de-escalate situations that students might be experiencing. And so far this year, we've had 93 people go through our first kind of fall cohort of training. And we're in the process of actually establishing a second kind of go around of these trainings, which we've gotten really positive response from our teachers and other educators within our system. The third training that we did was to ensure that every administrator across Eastside Union was trained to respond to those anonymous tips that might come in through our Say Something reporting system. And the last one, which I'm really excited about, is our safety assessment and intervention training, which really assesses potential threats of harm to our campuses, as well as potential threats of harm to our individual students. And so we have really gone all in on this training, and I'm really excited to share that every administrator in our district, every parent and community involvement specialist, every social worker, every student advisor, and every counselor in our district is undergoing training right now to ensure that they are ready to assess and intervene in these circumstances. The third component of our plan was really around outreach. And so we really wanted to take a prevention and proactive approach to outreaching to families to find out what their needs were. And so prior to the school year starting, using that equitable lens, we made personal phone calls to every foster youth, every McKinney-Vento youth, which is 300+ students, and every justice engaged youth within our district. We personally called them to complete what we called a comprehensive outreach kind of assessment, where we asked them about their needs as it related to their family life, their academic needs, basic resources. And then for our students that didn't necessarily fit into those domains, we implemented a one-day phone call, email, letter, and text message approach. So anytime a student misses even one day of school, we are outreaching to them to also find out their needs, not because of there being a major attendance concern at that point, but because we know with distance learning, we really need to be proactive in finding out what those needs are. And so you can see that that's 479 contacted families prior to school. 7,000 phone calls have been made, 3,000 emails, 6,000+ letters have been sent, and we've sent over 4,000 text messages as a way of trying to connect with some of our families. And so during those outreach calls, one of the things that we did was we really spent time communicating and asking our families, what are the barriers that you are facing right now in this moment while we are on distance learning and being impacted by this pandemic? And so you can see here, not all of our families really wanted to go in depth with us about the needs, but for our families that do, we thought it was really important for you to see the data that they shared with us and some of those trends. And so overwhelmingly, one of the biggest challenges that our families are having is technology access and really being able to use technology. And the second largest trend is really that our students who have IEPs are really challenged with this distance learning model. And so you can see that. And the third one was language proficiency. And the fourth one was really around students and families feeling like the level of work being assigned to students around homework and things like that has been a lot, even though we are in this distance learning model. And so as we kind of gathered that information, we needed to respond. And so as part of our response, we have been able to provide 108 backpacks and school supplies to our students. We actually keep a large supply of these in our central office. And so we have these ready for any student that might need them. We also have been able to provide 35 personal care and hygiene products to our families and students. And we also keep these in our office ready to provide to any student that may need them. And we also provide bus tokens and bus passes as a means of transportation for our students who may want to be on site in order to be able to have a stable place to work and access the internet. And then for those students that needed access to technology, we've been able to provide 8,900 hotspots and 7,894 computers or Chromebooks to our families as well. And the last component of our response, to me, just is an amazing response from the folks that make up our student services department, which include our student advisors, our assistant principals, and our administrators, as well as our social workers, who have really just done an amazing job at responding to the needs. And so as I thought about this, and as we thought about this, we thought about how do we use MTSS to provide the services that are needed, given that our social work team totals 13 traditional site social workers and 4 social workers that specifically support our emotional disability classrooms. And so what we thought about was we thought about 3 levels of support. The first one being our prevention, which is all around outreach and workshops, as well as social emotional lessons that students are able to engage in. Our second tier was really around counseling and support groups. And our third tier has really been focused around providing one-to-one counseling, conducting home visits and drop-offs. And by drop-offs, that means if we have students that need supplies or they need technology, we have actually been going to their homes, even during the pandemic, to bring them the supplies that they need. And then the last kind of component of that individual has been ensuring that every student and family who needs a referral to a community-based organization is receiving the referral that they need. And so as I thought about this, I thought, okay, well, I could share more about that, but I thought it would be more effective for you to hear from our folks on the ground every day. And so I want to introduce you to 3 of our team members to share a little bit more about their specific role. They are Patty, who's one of our parent community involvement specialists at James Lick, Michael Wood, who is one of our clinical social workers serving in our emotional disability program at Andrew Hill. And finally, you'll hear from Valerie Ikamoto, one of our clinical social workers who supports at Oak Grove. And so I'll hand it over to Patty now.
Buenas noches, good evening, members of the board. My name is Patricia Arenas, and I want to share a little bit about myself and my family. I come from a rather large family. I have 1 brother and 5 sisters. And in my family, I am one of 4 women who were fortunate enough to have had the opportunity to attend and graduate from the Eastside Union High School District. My sisters and myself are all proud Independence High alumni, so go Sixers. Now, what I wanted to share with you is I've come full circle because now I have the privilege of providing support and services to the James Lake High School community as the parent and community involvement specialist. Before I share a little bit with you in regards to my experience at James Lake during these challenging times, I wanted to ask you how you would react to the following scenario. So you are a parent and it is your responsibility to deal with the adverse outcomes of the abrupt change in your school and your community, of course, due to the global pandemic. Now you're dealing with unpredictable job loss, loss of income, and this has forced your extended family, or even some of your neighbors, to actually uproot their family to a more affordable community. At times, even move out of the state or the country. Now, on top of that, your family or your community may also be dealing with the death of a loved one due to the unprecedented health crisis caused by the pandemic. So as a parent, you have to contend with the stress and the trauma all these factors impose on you and your family. You're forced to juggle all this, and you also have to help your son or your daughter succeed in school. Now, how would you react, and how would you meet your needs and the needs of your children? I'm here to tell you that at James Lick, the parents and the staff have reacted by embracing two concepts, and that's impermanence and resiliency. When I was talking to a parent, she said to me something that stayed with me. She said, "Esto también pasará," which translates to "this too shall pass." Keep in mind, in regards to this parent, this is coming from a single mom of 4 children, one of whom is a special needs student. So keeping this parent and the James Lick community in mind, we at James Lick leaned into a concerted effort to create a support system designed, to meet the needs of our families. Next slide, please. Miss Din, our amazing APA, she created the DLOS team, and DLOS stands for Distance Learning Outreach Support Team. And the goal of this team is to reach out to families to address attendance and also engagement concerns. And when we do this, we also offer support and services. And what would the DLOS team be without a DLOS resource form? So since we saw that there was a need, I created a resource form, and this form actually helps identify and document the support and resources our families actually need. This DLOS form addresses most of the needs that Dr. Powell mentioned when she was referencing Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Now, for example, it includes customized James Lick support staff information on how to report an absence, James Lick resources, James Lick community referrals. And on this form, we also have the ability to document any changes or updates to the student's file. Next slide, please. This system is just an example of how the James Lick community continues to be actively involved with our families. And I believe that if we continue to support our James Lick parents, not only will we get through this moment, but we will continue to create an equitable and inclusive community. I like to end with a quote that really embodies this. It is a quote by Ms. Din, our James Lick APA, and she includes this in her email signature, and it reads, "May you and your loved ones stay safe and healthy. Remember to breathe, slow down, and practice self-care during these challenging times. We will get through this together." Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate your time.
Next up, we'll have Michael Wood.
Hello, everybody. My name is Michael Wood. I'm the social worker for the ED program at Andrew Hill High School. And I've been there for about 6 years now. And I've recently gotten my license, my LCSW, and I'm also a TCIS trainer. And that's the training that we provide for staff to work on those skills that they need to build relationships and also to de-escalate crises before they become bigger. So next slide, please.
Congratulations in your license.
Thank you. Yeah. So I work in the program for emotional disabilities, and it's a small program. There's 4 of them in the school district. There's one in Andrew Hill. There's one at Independence, Mount Pleasant, and Oak Grove. And for a student to be in the emotional disability program, they have to have one of 5 criteria. And usually it's, something that is pervasive, like it happens for a long time and it really impacts them. So it could be something with difficulties with relationships. They may have like a pervasive mood of sadness, or they might just have like physical symptoms or anxiety around school. And so these students really are, some of our highest level need, and they don't necessarily have problems with like their intellectual disabilities or anything like that, but it's really a problem that comes from an emotional issue. All right, next slide, please. And so I'm working as a service provider, and I'm embedded in the ED program. So I actually work with them individually and in group for teaching them, doing like social emotional curriculum in the with the groups. But I also provide that support actually in the classroom. So right now it's not so much in the classroom, but what it looks like when we're in the physical school, I'd be walking around and checking students, seeing who has their head down, who needs more support, and that kind of a thing. So go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So in distance learning, what we've been able to do is basically just put everything online. All of our work is now telehealth. We're providing all of our individual and group services online in Zoom, using all the great things that we learned from Melissa Wheeler at the beginning of the school year, Flipgrid, Google Slides, all that. But with that, we're also increasing our outreach, just like schools are doing on the macro scale. We're doing it on our smaller scale. There's, I believe, 5 or 6 of us in the program. And in my program, we have 24 students. So we have the capability to call, text, email every single period to just try to keep those students just in contact with us. But also we've increased home visits as well, especially students who may not have everything they need. So pens, pencils, things like that. Actually, one student I have been working with and who's had a little bit of trouble connecting. I know I was talking with him and he recently started getting into yoga. And luckily, he was asking me if I had like a mat or anything, because he didn't have anything like that. And I actually do have some, because we're not using them right now in the real school. So I was able to bring him a yoga mat to work on his own self-care. So we've been able to do little things like that. Next slide. So just as far as glows and grows, what I see the district doing amazing with, just really trying to connect students to the basic needs, free lunches, making sure that they're getting those, the hotspots and Chromebooks to connect students. And then of course, the support given for the vulnerable populations. So thank you for that. And then just areas where we could maybe increase, grow a little bit. I think it has to do with the IEP, the knowledge of special education and the IEPs. mostly in the area of accommodations and modifications, because our students, the big push is to try to get them out of special education into general ed classes. And sometimes teachers have a difficult time like being flexible with that. And so really getting that universal understanding of what the accommodations are, what modifications are for them, and that it's okay to, you know, give them a little bit of leeway. And then the last thing, I'll put in the shameless plug for TCIS, which is, again, the de-escalation and relationship building training. And it really will, you know, eventually, hopefully, like get spread across the entire district, and really help kind of bring a little bit more equity into the way everybody's responding to our students. So thank you, guys.
Michael.
Great.
Our last and final person is Val Ikamoto from Oak Grove.
Hello, thank you so much, board, for having me, and colleagues who are here as well. My name is Valerie Komodo. I'm the school social worker at Oak Grove High School, and I've been there since 2013. I started as an intern, and I fell in love with the school, and I said, you guys need to hire me. This is where I belong. And I've been there ever since. So nice try to get rid of me. I'm going to be there. But some of the things that I've done since I've been there has been kind of thinking outside of the box. I tend to be an out of the box thinker. And I really believe in schools as hubs of communities. And so I've really tried to infuse my support services and center around what the community needs and what the families need. I'm a PCS at heart too, Patty, a PCIS too. But yeah, so we started a full food pantry where we give out about 800, feed about 800 families a month. We also have done things like Challenge Day to address like campus climate, things like that. These picture of this kids with their backs to me, I always have to ask for permission to take pictures because I'm a clinician. But this was a restorative justice Saturday school that I ran because I think that we should be teaching how to be functional in schools rather than disciplining. And so it was a really awesome Saturday school, working with them and building community and like getting them to bond to school in small groups for 4 hours. I had them for 4 hours. It was great. I could do so much things with them. And then I also teach self-defense. And so my principal was amazing. I ran a trauma group for students who had experienced sexual assault. And we were able to actually do a physical self-defense at the end of that trauma group. And the students told me that was the most healing thing that I've ever done. Like I rewrote that trauma narrative. Cool. So next slide, please. So, but the really exciting thing about distance learning, I mean, it was very challenging. I'm not going to lie. We are really having to think outside the box. So it's good that I like to do that because we have to find a lot of new ways to connect with our youth and families. What's traditionally worked is no longer working. So where I would maybe try to call a kid out of class 3 times, go to their classroom, peek in, the teacher's like, they don't want to come. I talk to them in the hallway, go to the clubs they're involved in. I'm a nice stalker. I just want to check in on you, but that's not really working, you know? So we've had to do different things. So things like working with our staff teams and really utilizing our faculty and our admin to say who's connected, who has this relationship with this child. Can you do some PR for me so that they know that I'm not a scary person? Because let's be real, the title social worker has a lot of stigma attached. And so we're constantly doing education to let our families know that we are a school social worker and our job is really to eliminate barriers and to create equitable communities. So we've really worked on trying to train staff so that whoever's the first point of contact with that student, that they are ready to, it's kind of like CPR, right? Like you're the chain of support, you're the chain of life-sustaining treatment, you're the chain of support, right? So you are the first person that's connected with them, build that relationship, connect to that kid and let them know that there's a team of us here waiting to support you and get you whatever you need. So I think really the opportunity to train, I've got to know I've worked here for 7 years and I've gotten to know more staff at other school sites this year just in training TCIS than I ever have. And it's been beautiful to work and talk with people from Foothill and Independence High School and things like that and get the perspectives of what's happening on their campuses and how we can all work together to serve our Eastside community, not just my school, but the whole community. Staff are really working together more than ever before. I see teachers and staff emailing all the time, like, what do we need for this student? How can we support? We had a student that had a baby, like staff, I sent out an email, like, who has baby clothes so I can go drop it off at their house? Who has diapers? Like, we're really rallying together, and it's really beautiful to see. Next slide, please. So I'm so grateful for the collaboration and support. We are running so many groups right now. We're running groups for our non-binary and trans population. We're running a ton of anxiety support groups. We're running stress groups, grief support. We have a lot of grief happening right now. And living in a pandemic is grief, it really is. And so grief from the way things used to be and the way things that, how we knew how to do things. We could not do this work without our community partners, and Dr. Powell did mention that. Working with, YWCA and Girl Scouts and UGMA and Uplift and Bill Wilson. Bill Wilson has been an amazing partner. I had a kid I was talking to the other day, and I was doing a mental health assessment, and I said, how's sleep been? And the student said, not so great. And I said, well, what's going on? Is it stress? Yeah, but we only have one bed and my mom works, and so I want her to have the bed. And I said, do you need a bed? Let's get you a bed. And she was like, you can do that? And I'm like, we get you a bed. So got that kid a bed. And, those are the basic things that we need to do. We're not going to address the mental health needs until we get those basic needs met. So I think that the collaboration and support has been the thing that keeps me going during this time. We have an amazing social work team, amazing student services team. But I think my recommendations would be, we need to make communication with us much easier. We need to streamline communication with students and families. The kids are getting inundated with emails. They get so many emails, they're not reading them. They're like overwhelmed with the volume of how we're communicating now. They were used to face-to-face communication, and now there's just so much, tech nonstop. And we thought, oh, these are digital natives, but it's different. Instagram and those kind of app-based services are much different than like emails and documents and all of that being online. So my recommendation is, let's get kids cell phones. We started a Google Voice chat line because unfortunately Jabber, I cannot do that on there. And kids are texting me all day, like, Miss Val, do you have time to talk? I need to talk to you right now. I'm really overwhelmed. Yes, let me get you a clinician right now. And so we've had to think smarter about how we're communicating with kids. And then I also think really getting some evidence-based curriculum around motivation. We have a lot of kids who just, and it's depression. We know that motivation, low motivation is a symptom of depression. However, really just targeting motivation. If kids are coming and saying, I need help with motivation, and I'm like, you're depressed, that's not going to help them. They're not going to come back. So really finding ways to address the motivation and get them back on track, I think is imperative. But I love my job. I love what we're doing, and I love doing home visits and hanging out with families and kids. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you to Dr. Powell for inviting me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, guys. I just want to take a moment to just thank our amazing student services team who have really just been on the grind. Whatever our families need, however our families need it, we want to meet them right where they are. And so I'll leave you with this quote that really sums and really embodies this for us. Partnerships are not hard work, but they're hard work, right? Not more work, but they are the work. Not harder work, but smarter work to mobilize every and all available resources that will contribute to our student success. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Questions, comments from board members or from the audience? Okay, I see board member Cortese, your hand is up. Questions, comments?
Yeah. Thank you for that incredible presentation and the amazing work you're doing with our students. I mean, talk about just above and beyond. That was just extraordinary. I really want to give special kudos to the Restorative Justice Saturday School. That is music to my ears. I mean, one of my big motivations to get on this board was, how can we make our discipline more restorative and less punitive? How can we give students opportunities to deal with the consequences of the behavior without losing their relationships? So I think that's extraordinary. And the work you're doing, all of you, to outreach, and stay in contact with our highest need, students with the highest needs. My God, thank you so much. I did have a question. I've been tracking a program that was being offered by the state. It's on suicide prevention, and I wanted to see if we ever got connected with that. It's called Living Works. Do we know if we ever got connected with that?
Yeah, so we have reached out. They redirected us to the county. So we've been in communication with the county about being able to get access to those licenses.
And now, are there any obstacles, or it's just the process is unfolding?
No, it's just the process of rolling it out. We really wanted to prioritize that immediate safety and assessment in the immediate. And so we didn't want to overwhelm staff with the number of trainings. And so once we get everyone through safety assessment and intervention, then we'll go back and look at now, can we then add this suicide one? So that one of the things that we're trying to do with these trainings is actually formulate a district-wide response protocol for dealing with the different types of crises that we might see on our campuses.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Board Vice President Lay, questions, comment? Vice President Lay? Okay, I see her hand up. I don't, I think you're on mute.
I know. Okay, sorry about that. First of all, I'd like to welcome Dr. Power into Eastside family, and we're happy to have you in our team. And I want to acknowledge all of this hard work from all social workers, PC, and staff to work and during the pandemic to support our students. I like to see in the next maybe semester, the survey on our student when you talk about barriers for families. I look into that the technology access is the most important item that the student have answer, and other like behind on assignment. So I like to see if next semester, do we have the same similar barrier for family from our student, so we can measure what item, what issue that we need to tackle to support our student. And I like to know that I want to understand more that how could you approach the student so they can communicate with all social workers and PC to identify the issue to support them, because some of them may be shy, may be afraid, and maybe don't want to hear from the adult what their advice. So that is one of the questions that I have popped up in my mind. And I know that we still have a lot of challenge to support our students, but I like to see, probably in the next semester, how can we tackle those issues, and our students probably aware of all of those services, all of those resources that they can count on, our East Side district. So that's my questions.
Yeah, so thank you for those questions. I think you're absolutely right. So when we started this kind of survey, it was before we had a chance to roll out our district-wide panorama survey. We did just recently get the results, that kind of window closed, where we really specifically revised some of the questions that we specifically asked to get at some of those questions that you proposed. And so we'll be happy to bring back that data as we move and transition into our second semester, after we have an opportunity to analyze the results.
Yeah, and actually we're scheduled to bring some of that panorama data to the next board meeting, Vice President Lay.
Perfect.
All right, thank you. Okay, so next presentation, I believe, is actually 14.01. Earlier we request to bring that up right before 8.04. Just want for everybody to be aware that about timing because we have 5 more presentations. Oh, we only had 2 and that took more than an hour and a half. So we need to just be more aware of it. All right. So 14.01, Miss Marcus. Is it so? I'm sorry, Mr.
That's fine, Board
Banerjee,
President.
right? Banerjee.
That's right. Being mindful of time, can I just take the time to say, though, I'm pretty proud to be a member of Eastside tonight after these presentations.
Right.
With the current climate and everything happening, I'm a proud member of a district that has really oriented itself to do right with its community. And so I want to thank the presenters who went before tonight. Tonight, we will be talking about another area of our work. Previously, at the last board meeting, we brought to you a first reading of changes to board policy that came about because of the new regulations in Title IX. And Title IX is not just about sports. Title IX deals with sexual harassment, discrimination, and assault. And so we do bring a second reading tonight of the 2 board policies to you. But we also wanted to give you an orientation around the new regulations that began in August around Title IX. We have brought this issue of sexual harassment to the board. I know that our student president and the student governance board have done work around the educational side about consent, working with the YWCA, and good work around that. Tonight we'll be talking more on the investigative side when a complaint is made. And so I'd like to introduce our Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Director Cozell Sewell, who will be leading us through a presentation in the overview of the new Title IX regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderzee. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Funk, Superintendent's Council, and the listening audience. I am Cozell Sewell, Director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. I investigate complaints submitted to the district office, and I have an active role in processing Title IX complaints. Tonight's presentation is a brief introduction to the Title IX new regulations. On this slide here, I just like to say that even in my role as an investigator, equitable communities are top of mind. So when there's a breakdown in relationships involving gender and/or sexuality, we must investigate that and figure out how do we positively respond as a district and also provide the needed supports. Next slide. Prior to this year, there were only sexual harassment guidelines, but now we actually have regulations that requires us to add new administrative regulations and amend our existing administrative regulations and board policies. Next slide. So this statement basically tells us that sex discrimination or discrimination on the basis of sex is prohibited in all educational institutions receiving federal funds. In today's times, this regulation would also extend to gender and/or gender identity discrimination. Next slide. I would like to point out here that although there's different verbiage defining quid pro quo sexual harassment, both of the definitions are essentially the same. So if we go to the next slide, I'd like to point out that in relation to hostile environment, under Title IX, the definition has a higher threshold than the state law definition that you see listed. So under Title IX, conduct has to be severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive, meaning that all 3 components must be present to constitute sexual harassment. Whereas under the state law definition, sexual harassment only have to be severe or pervasive. So that is a huge difference. That's an impactful change. Next slide. With regards to the complaint procedures, we here at the district have complaint procedures in place. However, because of the new regulations, we are mandated first to discern whether or not a complaint falls under the Title IX category. And if it doesn't, then it's a complaint that we would investigate using our existing procedures. I just wanted to highlight some of the procedures. And as you can see here, under the new regulations, the accused has the right to know a complainant's identity. And both parties may have an advisor present at meetings. This also means that the advisor may or may not be an attorney. Both parties may review all evidence and the investigative report and submit additional questions for the investigator to ask before a final decision is made. And again, these are all new under Title IX regulations. Both parties have a right to discuss the allegations under investigation. Both parties have a right to an internal appeal, and an informal resolution process is available if both parties agree. However, the informal resolution process is only for students. So this would not be applicable to adult versus adult situations, adult versus student, or student versus adult. Next slide. So as you can see here, the complaint process, it has a flow to it. And basically, it's important to note that under the new regulations, it calls for a separation of duties. And each of these categories in the process has a different individual handling each section. So, for example, the coordinator cannot also be the investigator, or the decision maker for appeals cannot be the investigator. So this process has five different individuals that are assigned to actually participate in the process, which is new as well. Next slide.
Dr. Sewell. So this is really a great presentation to really understand what these new changes are. How was it before? Like, so we have now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. What did we have before the new regulations came out?
So in our complaint, our existing complaint procedures, typically sexual harassment was handled through like our UCP, Uniform Complaint Procedures process. And so generally it would be myself pretty much investigating the complaint as opposed to additional people. Appeal process would actually go through CDE if someone decided to appeal. But as far as the whole process, it would be something that I would undertake for the most part. So this is a huge change. So even though you see 5 different areas here, we still at some point need alternates just in case someone's not available, or perhaps there's a bias or someone's not feeling comfortable. So it's really essentially more than this that's actually listed.
Wow, thank you.
Can we go up one slide? I'm so sorry. One more up, right, go down, sorry. You right there. It sounds based on this slide that students are at disadvantage versus adults. Is that right?
Well, all I can say is that as far as this process, and I'll just speak for me, I believe that it puts more of a burden on the complainant to actually come forward and provide information more so than in the past, and whether that is a student or an adult. So I hopefully that answers your question.
I guess I don't know which bullet point it is right now, but at some point, I mean, it's clear that like the accused has the right to know who the complainant is, right? But I thought I had heard somewhere here that a reference to adults or students, but maybe that's just me.
You mean the informal resolution process, the last bullet?
Yeah, can you go over that one more time, please?
Yes, so basically once a complaint is filed and is determined to be a Title IX sexual harassment complaint, there's a series of things that happen. And as a part of that, the complainant and the accused receive information. The accused is able to review the information, ask questions. All this is a new process, and ask questions. And if one of them decides, oh, well, I want to try to work this out before a final decision is made, and the other person agrees, then we would have someone facilitate an informal process where they try to work it out, like prior to a final decision. However, in the midst of that, if one or both decide, you know, I don't want to participate in this and I want to exit out of this process, they can do that as long as the final decision has not been made, and start the formal complaint process, you know, continue where they left off in the formal complaint process. But this actual informal resolution process is only for students. So we're only able to facilitate this informal process between students, not adults versus adults, not student versus adult, or adult versus a student.
Got it. Okay, that was a helpful clarification. Is there anything we can do, like if it's a student, like to protect their identity at all, like a supplemental something?
In the past, we would try our best not to share the identity unless we absolutely had to, and it was under the complainant, whether it's a student or staff, you know, there was an understanding that at some point we may have to share your identity, but especially with students, because if they were a minor, we try not to share their identity. But in this particular, under these new regulations, we can't do that anymore. We have to provide that information. So that is definitely a new change. Okay. And which one is this? Okay, so yes, okay. So basically for allegations not meeting the Title IX definition, we do have like I mentioned, our existing complaint process. So if we do discern that, you know, and under Title IX, it has to meet those three things. It has to be severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive. And if it does not meet that, it still could be a complaint sexual in nature, but we would have to investigate that under a different process.
So that's new as well, right?
Yeah.
All those, so previously it didn't have to be all three of those?
Right. It used to just fall under the state definition, where it would only, the unwelcome conduct would have to be either severe or pervasive. But under Title IX, it has to be severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive. So it has to have all three components under Title IX.
So yeah, before you finish, so what is the difference between a district existing complaint procedure compared to the Title IX complaint procedure?
Well, basically, because under Title IX, it makes it a little bit more challenging when a sexual complaint or a complaint that's sexual in nature comes in, because if it doesn't meet one of those categories, we cannot investigate that under Title IX. So, but it would, at that point, we would have to look at it and discern whether it will be investigated under our current uniform complaint procedures process, or if it's between adults, we would look at our board policy 4030 complaint process.
Okay. So it sounds like the district procedure is less restrictive than the Title IX complaint procedure?
Well, if you look at the definition, typically the district follows under, those complaint procedures kind of follow under the state guidelines, or we look at Ed Code or Ed Code or state guideline, which is less severe than if you look at the Title IX definition.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we just go with the district procedure, do we have more flexibility in our own investigative process versus if we go with a Title IX definition or Title IX procedure?
Well, yeah, well, the Title IX regulations went into effect on August 14th, and it's basically not a guideline anymore. It's a regulation that has law to pretty much back it up, as before it was more of a guideline. It was just suggestive. So at this time, unless something changes with the political climate, we are expected to follow the new Title IX guidelines that went into effect on August 14th.
Right. Well, I guess between you and our general counsel, it would take a lot of work for you to not only understand this, but develop in a language that our staff understand and provide training to all of them so that they know what not to do. I mean, for lack of a better word. So
yes. Yes.
Any other questions or comments from board members or people from in attendance?
Clazel, were you done with your presentation?
Actually, I just completed the last slide.
Okay.
Yes. It was a really brief introduction. To be honest with you, there's so much material. It could take hours to actually present it in detail. So this was just a brief introduction. Any other questions?
Okay, we have Board Member Herrera. Questions, comments?
Question for probably the administration, but what is the extent of funding that we receive under Title IX?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
The first part was, this may be for the administration, because I don't know if you would know it, but the question is, what is the extent of funding that we receive, the district receives under Title IX?
Does anyone know?
Mr. Superintendent or Mr. Chris Chu?
I can take if you like. I think I know the answer to that.
Go ahead.
I don't believe that there's any separate funding under Title IX. What triggers Title IX for any educational institution is if that institution receives federal funding of any kind. And so since this district receives Title I funds, you are bound to adhere to the requirements of Title IX. But I don't believe that Title IX has a separate funding mechanism for the implementation of any of these regulations.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. I don't need it tonight, but I'm interested in knowing the extent of federal funding we have, as a district, what range or what amount, or what have you. That triggers, compliance, in a substantial way here. So
Yeah,
that's all. Thank you.
Teresa, Ms. Marquez, Mr. Jude, do you have that number off the top of your head?
I don't have the number. I generally, I think the trend for Title I specifically has been around 4 million. I want to say, Mr. Ju, you can correct me on that, but
I'm looking right now. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a substantial amount in terms of categorical funding that we get, and we have things like Title I, Title II, Title IV, Title III. So there's a number of various funding sources that are tied to federal funds, and because of we receive those, then we are obligated to meet the requirements that come with receiving those funds.
Well, that's very helpful. I don't even need an exact number. That was a good overall framework for my understanding. Thank you.
And so,
Okay.
Mr. President, tonight the board can do one of two things. They can either approve the changes to board policy, or if the board would like more time to read through the changes, bring back for a third reading and action at the next board meeting.
What's the recommendation of the administration of the superintendent?
To approve the changes, proposed changes.
Okay, well, I don't have any further issues or concerns. So unless other board members do, I'd like to offer an motion to approve the policy.
This is basically the CSBA language, is that right?
This is the CSBA language.
Okay,
correct?
so
BPs.
we have a motion by Board Member Herrera.
I would like
We have
to
a
say that
second?
there is one
I'll second.
member of the public who's wishing to speak.
Right, yeah, so yeah, I see that. I see Bruce having his hand up. So we have a motion and a second. Before we poll the board for votes, we'll invite Bruce to make comments or have questions answer.
Yeah, thank you. So just a quick question pertaining to students.
Bruce?
Will there be any substantial changes to the amount of time informal / formal Title IX report is processed, or is it the same in general?
Well, as far as the timelines, they've been lax. It just pretty much says a reasonable time. But however, in our administrative regulation, there is a timeline listed there. So that's, and I believe it's 45 days, which is challenging to actually complete an investigation such as this that requires, you know, many components and parts. But in general, under Title IX, it's my understanding that it just says reasonable timeline.
Can I interject? It's actually, we recommended a 60-day timeline because, like you said, Cozell, the 45-day timeline was so extremely challenging.
Okay.
Board President, there is a member of the public who would wish to speak.
Yeah.
Julio Pardo.
Thank you, Mr. Venezzi. Julio Pardo, who is a CSA president, do you want to make comments or questions?
Just a comment. You know, looking this over, the Title IX, it seems that most people are looking at the harassment of the person on the job, but it also says non-discrimination in employment. And the way the thing I just want to bring to the district is that there are other things that some of our members have questioned as to how the employment in this district does occur. I haven't really heard too many complaints about being harassed on the job, you know, by another member or by an administrator or a member of the public. But there have been some questions as to the procedures the district uses in promoting people and in the hiring of certain people. So that's I just want to point that out, that there's more than just the harassment part of this, that I would like the district to look into the procedures and the protocols used when it comes to the hiring of personnel and the promotion of personnel. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yeah, I know, and thank you, Mr. Herrera. I just want to mention that Mr. Pardo, you were in and out, so we didn't get everything that you were saying. So if there's a way that you can relate that either in writing or so to the administration.
So it didn't go in and out on
I
my.
don't know. That's my.
Yeah, I heard it all too.
I heard all of it.
Okay.
So
you heard all of it? Huh.
Comment that as long as I've been on the board, I have heard informal conversations, anecdotal instances, but nobody ever steps forward and actually brings a specific thing to the board, to the administration or the board. And so, Mr. Pardo, I regard your concern and the concern of others as valid, but until people step forward with specifics, it's hard for the system to respond in any way. It can't just stay informal and anecdotal. It has to get specific and be brought forward.
Okay. So I concur with that. If Mr. Pardo, if you have no of those incidents, that to encourage members or staff to bring those concerns forward, either to the administration or to the board, so that we can talk about it and look at it. That would be very helpful.
And I just want to add too that the essence of what I've heard over the years is basically that we have a very ingrown organization, and when positions are created or positions are going to be filled for hire, the system somehow is gamed for favorites to emerge and be selected, so that people who are not in an inner circle of favorites really don't have a chance to compete. It always goes to some in crowd, you know, kind of a thing. And that's a persistent gossip or rumor that I've just heard a lot over the years. But again, nobody steps forward with any specifics.
All right. Okay, so
just clarify one thing. So just to be clear, these are things that by law we have to pass, right? Like whether we like it or not, like we depend on a lot of funding. So while we might not agree, I feel like this puts not only students, but just staff as a whole in a difficult situation, one that I personally, like my values are not aligned with. Like, that's kind of like, well, that's true. And we need the money, right?
Yes, yes, these are legally mandated now.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think from the earlier presentation with that see something, say something app and the education and the work that our student advisory board and we as a district are taking on about having real conversations around consent and lifting our voice, that this new definition should not deter anybody from speaking up. And as an organization, we will always make sure that we respond to those voices, afford due process, even though some of those due processes have changed in this, to do exactly what Cozell and everybody here is saying tonight, to just build our equitable communities, even through our investigative processes.
Thank you.
And Mr. Herrera, Mr. Ju did mention in the chat, we received 5.36 million in federal funds. So when you think about a $300 million budget, 5.3 million is not a whole lot.
All right, thank you.
okay, so we need an action on this one. We had a motion by Herrera. I don't know who seconded.
Second.
I did.
Patty seconded it.
All right, so let's do a poll vote. Ms. Gillen?
Student Governing Board Member Bruce Wynn, how do you vote?
I approve.
Thank you. Board roll call vote. President Wynn,
Aye.
Vice President Lay, Vice President Lay. Thank you.
Aye.
Clerk Herrera,
Aye.
Member Cortese,
Aye.
Member Chavez.
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's unanimous. 18.04, discussion or action to receive its first reading a proposed amendment to board policy 5145.7 sexual harassment and administrative regulations. Ms. Marcus.
Yes, so in connection to the presentation you just heard, these are the 5,000 series that are correlate with the Title IX changes. And so you have the board policies and the administrative regulations for first reading. And our council can offer additional information as needed.
Yes, nothing to add. This is just first reading. This is implementing the changes in Title IX into the student section of the board policies.
Is it CSB language also?
Yes, this is all CSBA language as well.
Okay. Okay, so first reading, no action needed. We need to just really understand it and then questions or comment at the next meeting. 10.01, this is the time that the attendees in the audience who would like to address the board on any non-agendized item, you can do it at this time. Mr. Vanizzi, do we have anyone that submitted comments for?
Yes.
Okay, great.
First comment comes from Greg Iman, a staff member. What physical modifications or retrofitting of schools has been done in the last 7 months of this pandemic to allow for in-person instruction? How do these modifications take into account future airborne infectious diseases that can lead to future pandemics? If the district is unable to make these modifications due to lack of funding, yet still has a large multi-million-dollar carryover budget, what steps is the district taking to challenge these policies so all funds can be used? That is the end of written public comment.
Thank you very much. Continue with agenda item 11.01, which is to have a presentation for update regarding COVID-19. Superintendent.
Yes, thank you. Last board meeting, we had a very in-depth update. This will be fairly brief. I want to highlight the fact that we are continuing to be on pace to have a higher attendance rate during COVID than we did pre-COVID. That's not an assessment of student engagement. It's just an assessment of students attempting to engage in or be present in student in distance learning. But normally we're at the 95% range, and you can see that we've been holding steady almost as high as 9.7. So you know, kudos to our students and families for getting them online, and for our teachers and support staff trying to keep them engaged and supporting them and meeting their needs in distance learning. We continue to excel in feeding the community. As you can see, the October meal counts, we did 433,253 district lunch. The high was at Andrew Hill for the month of October, 78,000, and second was at Overfelt, 76,000. And at every site we were serving, but those were the two highest. We continue to support our community lunch program, supporting different groups like the Boys and Girls Club, Conexión, Valley Palms, a whole assortment of community lunch programs, serving a total of 51,000 community members. And we're supporting our adult ed program, where we've served over 124,000 meals for a grand total in the month of October of 681,000 meals. So kudos to our nutrition program, all of our workers, Julie Kasperger and her team, and all the sites where teachers come out and support. We do truly an amazing job, and I really just want to thank them for their continued support. This week was the first week for employee testing. Any employee that is working at the district office or at the school site, those employees that need to be at the school site or the district office to complete their work, or those that come in on a semi-regular basis, began their testing. We have 3 regions that we test. Region 1, which is a Wednesday pickup, and we find out that same night if there are any positive tests. And you can see the schools and the district office involved there. Region 2 is a Thursday pickup, and you can see which schools are involved. And Region 3, Friday pickup, and you can see the schools involved. In each of these situations, an employee can actually come in and take their self-swab on Monday, Tuesday, or the first hour on Wednesday before the pickup. On Thursday, they can come into their work site Tuesday, Wednesday, or the first hour on Thursday to do their self-swab. And on Friday, it's Wednesday, Thursday, or the first hour of Friday. And so our first testing was last night, and there were no positive tests. And Mr. Vanderzee, did we get any positive tests tonight?
We are currently reaching out to staff members who had a positive result to quarantine and to begin tracing.
Do we know how many?
2.
2. Thank you. Any questions on this one?
Questions,
right.
comments? Okay.
I'm sorry?
I don't see anyone
Okay.
raise their hands. Yeah.
Just a reminder that we have a 4-phase reopening approach that the board has approved. We are in phase 2, where it's still distance learning for most of or the majority of our population, with our most vulnerable populations beginning to come back based on a voluntary process. And so, Ms. Marquez, would you like to highlight this area, please?
Yes, so as reported to you at the previous board meeting and approved by you, our school sites are engaging in bringing in cohorts of students, up to 10 cohorts in stable groups, to provide in-person, on-site intervention and support as recognized by the students who are in need, in particular in our areas of English language learners, foster youth, McKinney-Vento, and our students with special needs. And so what we've asked our sites to do is, based on the volunteers that they get from staff, is to develop their cohorts. So an example that we have of how staff is demonstrating and indicating their plan so that we can post on our websites is here. And here we have Oak Grove's school reopening, where you could see that they are explaining their approach within the parameters of what we as a district have provided. And particular to Oak Grove, they have a few teachers who have volunteered to provide services, one being a teacher who would support within the Study Skills and Read 180 program for students, and you would see there indicated the time and date and the location where students would report. And then you have support for English, and then you have non-subject specific cohorts being provided by 3 of the teachers here at Oak Grove. As well as the after-school athletic conditioning clubs and activities that are being provided on site. They've included our FAQ so that parents have easy access to those questions around phase 2, as well as all the necessary information for on-site in-person intervention, which includes the points of entry and exits, the flow of traffic, which restrooms would be accessible, the cleaning schedule, signage, testing and reporting information, and then where students can pick up their lunch on site. And so this is an example. All our sites have a similar format for the provision of phase 2 cohorts that we have posted on our website, and that parents will have access to be able to look at not only the district-wide parameters for phase 2, but click specifically on the link for their site and look at what are the cohorts that are being brought at each of our particular school sites.
It's Ms. Marquez. I believe that Ms. Cortese has questions.
Great.
Yeah, this is great to see students coming back. How are the cohorts determined? So is it the student requested or family requested or teacher recommended or a combination, or how do we determine that?
So the main parameters is that we're focusing on our students who are at greater risk for learning loss. And so for this particular phase, we've asked sites to use our warning system based off of the first grading period, where they were able to look at the data and sort it by students who were high risk, students who were English learners, and other indicators that demonstrated to them that they needed support. Now, because it is voluntary for staff to come on board, you're really going to see a difference from site to site depending on the level of volunteers, or the number of volunteers, I should say, that each site received. We know definitely that the need is high, but at the same time, because we've taken the model of volunteer from staff, some sites are able to provide a little bit more, while others are a little bit more limited because they may not have as many volunteers from certificated staff as the need is there or the demand is there. Now, for families, they too have an opt-in. We have opt-in forms that parents do have to submit. So if they get invited to be part of a cohort, parents still have to opt in. They do have the right, obviously, to say no for whatever reason. But we are asking students that if they are invited, that they need to opt in by providing us a signed letter that they agree to participate.
In addition, Ms. Cortese, there are 2 phases to 2 parts to phase 2. The second part is to bring back our moderate to severe students in January, and we're working with our moderate to severe teachers on what that schedule would look like. But also, this is somewhat of a pilot to either expand phase 2 or eventually when we move to phase 3, because the more we're able to demonstrate that we can keep our staff and students safe, we can follow the protocols, we have implemented the employee testing, then the more confidence people will have to come back to work and for families to send their students back to our schools. And at the next board meeting, we will share some of the panorama data where we specifically ask questions about readiness to come back to work, readiness to send their child back to school.
Great, thank you.
And then this is just an example. We've been maintaining this campus activity log from the first day of school. And you can see by school, the date, the number of students on campus at any given time, the number of teachers that are on campus, by each day. So, this will continue to grow, as this was the first week to add some cohorts, and next week there'll be more cohorts. Again, based on those teachers and students that volunteered to come back to the school site. So any questions, comments, concerns regarding the COVID-19 update?
I have a question, a few questions. One, is staff getting like regular reminders that, I'm assuming the answer is yes, that there are these, the tests available for them at these sites and the days?
Yes, so it just started this week. And so we announced it last week, and we've been updating the staff. And in fact, an FAQ went out because, some staff have concerns about whether this is truly a DNA grab and how safe it is, and is their private information protected. And so, I thought we had a very nice turnout. We had over 80 employees here at the district office get tested.
Nice.
And so I'm very positive with that. And really, for the most part, have received thank yous and positive notes about going the extra mile to protect. Now, we've also given staff members the option, if they're uncomfortable having Machion Diagnostics do the testing, that they can go out to the county where they offer the free testing, or go to their own personal on a weekly basis, that they'll just have to submit that test to us. So they have an option of doing one or the other. But this is very convenient because it's at the place that they work.
Yeah, that's awesome. I might even stop by one of the schools and get tested one of these days to see what the experience is like. Awesome. I also noticed that I think it's Silver Creek that has had consistently the most students in Overfelt. Will we be, I'm curious to know like how they're getting students to show up little by little. So this is just a comment. I'm curious to see like what's happening there. Is it literally like luck of the draw, or are they doing something that's working to slowly get more and more kids to show up?
Yeah, so the early numbers here in the previous week are really the kids that are coming on site because of they need to access the Wi-Fi. And what we don't have here are all of the athletic teams that have been conditioning since May. And we've asked them to now include those numbers because, if you have 5 or 10 teams, you now have, of 15, you now have 150 kids that have already been coming. So these numbers will grow. And I think really it's just a matter of who volunteers and one's comfort level of coming onto campus.
Yeah, no, I agree. And to your point, it is only the first week, but this stuff is interesting to me. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Board Vice President Lay, you have questions or comment?
Yes, I was wondering that how you often that the teacher or staff will take the test. So if they took the test, probably last week, a month from now, or 2 months from now?
Well,
Can you hear me?
You went in and out, Ms. Lay. So I think the question is how often is the staff being tested? The testing started this week, and every staff member that comes to the site, whether it's a district office or a school site, will get tested once a week. Now, if they happen to miss their test on a Wednesday, they can still go to another site on a Thursday to get tested. But ideally, our goal was to make sure everyone got tested every 7 days, because that's the earliest you can detect before you really start shedding the virus around you. And so we want to be able to identify and isolate people as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I myself got tested yesterday at one of the county facilities at a fairground. So I guess I'm good for 6 days, and then next week I'll go to the district and test and see what the experience is like.
Okay, that's my next question for Chris.
I've been tested by Kaiser too, and I'll tell you, it's a much different experience.
I have a question for Chris that, Chris, if we have more students that have fallen behind to come to the next phase, is the third phase, and we don't have enough teachers or staff to support them, what are we going to do in that case?
Well, I mean, that is the real challenge, right? Because providing more support online isn't the answer. Those that are struggling online need that support in person. But at this point, the position that staff has recommended to the board and that the board has approved is it's voluntary. And so, yes, the need is greater than the number of volunteers right now.
Are we open on Saturday also or no?
We are offering Saturdays where we will pay our staff to work on a Saturday, as long as they are meeting with a cohort, that cohort at least once during the week during the normal time of tutorial or advisory.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the update, Superintendent. We feel a lot more informed now on this subject, and looking forward to the next update. Okay, so next on the agenda is 11.02, and this is a discussion or action regarding proposed draft community stakeholders impact. Board Member Herrera, this is your project.
Yes, I'm just lining something up here, just a minute. So stakeholder impact statement, the first time that I used that phrase in a meeting of the Board of Trustees was in May and June of this year. Yeah, we're still in 2020, May, June of this year. And it was in response to considerable stakeholder comment by email to the board in response to the administration's proposals around the grading policies and parental notification. And I ended up summarizing many emails in a 10-page document that summarized the extent of the commentary, the whole spectrum of commentary, which for me was very illuminating. And it occurred to me that if something was going to be brought forward to the board, that part of the process on the administration side should be to engage stakeholders in a way that would reveal what I now have summarized as 6 different elements, that it should be, the stakeholder community should not have to wait for something to reach the board for their voices to actually be documented in a process of developing a recommendation and bringing it forward. So the spirit of this thing is basically that we ought to have a high degree of consultation in the phases where something is being formulated, something is being developed, before it goes to a formal process with the Board of Trustees. In my experience over the years, especially in education, I have noticed an element of the most traditional management administrative culture. I'm not saying that it's universal, but my observation has been the most traditional management administrative culture says that if something is being formulated or developed or prepared in any way, that it should not be seen by members of the community or stakeholder groups prior to the board itself having an opportunity to see something. And so things get developed within the administrative system that stakeholders may or may not learn about formally or informally until it actually comes to the board, as did the issue around grading policies and parental notification. And that's the first time that there's enough sunlight or sunshine on what's happening for people to begin to react. And this approach of a stakeholder impact statement as proposed in this draft document seeks to reverse that traditional cultural administrative management orientation that says other people shouldn't see it if the board hasn't seen it. We're actually saying it shouldn't come to the board until there has been a process of engagement or consultation with all affected stakeholders. And that ought to be an integral part of how something is brought forward to the board. So I want to say that tonight I'm not looking for an action by the board. It's my first opportunity to present, to receive comments, questions, suggestions, both from the board, the administration, and any stakeholders or community members. I'd like this to come back in December for an action item. And so let me just explain. The agenda materials did include this draft document, 6 elements. Element 1 is a description of the issue. And you might hold in mind as I go through these, how it might have played out on the grading policies and parental notification issue that arose if this had been followed, as a process. So element 1 is a description of the issue, describe what is being proposed, and this is really critical, and the assumptions, premises, data points, and rationales in support of what is being proposed. Because on the grading policies issues, the flurry of emails that came to the board, in which I summarized in a 10-page document, really took issue with the assumptions that were being used, the premises, the data points that were being used, the rationales, in an illuminating way. It wasn't just contentious, it was actually informative. And so again, in following a stakeholder impact process, element 1 would be to lay it out. What are your assumptions, premises, data points, rationales? And number 2, identify who are the primary stakeholders that are affected and describe the anticipated impact on those stakeholders as a result of what's being proposed. And number 3, describe the consultation processes implemented with key stakeholders. And that would be to actually name the key stakeholders that were consulted and the consultation methods or processes that were used, list the dates of key consultation meetings and consultation engagement processes. Number 4, element 4 would be to describe the general points of agreement. What are the basic areas of agreement or non-concern regarding the framing of the issue and the policy program proposal that's being brought forward? So it's not just the substantive proposal, but the framing of the issue, which again, should have been laid out in element 1 on assumptions, premises, data points, and rationales. So describe general points of agreement or non-concern, that's element number 4. And element 5 would be describe general points of disagreement. Describe the basic areas of disagreement regarding the framing of this issue. Again, that's really key, regarding the framing of the issue and the policy program proposal being brought forward. The intent here is to articulate the input and concerns expressed by key stakeholders. If this had been our process around grading policies and parental notification, there would have been, I think, some very informative things brought to light, as I was able to summarize of many emails that were, again, not just contentious, they were actually substantive in a lot of points. And that ought to be part of what the administration identifies that they're hearing or aware of. It ought to be accurately comprehended and brought forward in a stakeholder impact statement. Element 6 is a statement for the record by key stakeholders as part of what comes to the board if it's going to be brought forward for consideration by the board. And this would be key stakeholders may submit a statement for the record regarding the issue at hand and the proposal being brought forward, with these statements to be included as part of the formal stakeholder impact statement brought forward to the Board of Trustees. And these statements for the record may be submitted simultaneously with a stakeholder impact statement presented to the board, or submitted subsequently for the record. This establishes a general framework. In implementation, it actually requires a lot of clarification on procedures, on protocols, on just how this is done, because we have issues that arise that are slightly different, that require, the process to adapt to it. Like, for example, a curriculum issue, we have mechanisms that need to be taken into consideration for how curriculum changes are proposed. For the budget, there's a whole different not reframe, but an expanded frame that would need to be developed using the principles that are laid out here. At the December meeting, when I am going to be asking for action by the board, I do want to add to what is being presented tonight to see how this, how both the spirit and the letter of this framework would be applied to the annual budget process. We're looking in this, part of the spirit of this is that we're looking to develop a culture in our organization that emphasizes co-leadership more and hierarchy less, which is not to say that everything is co-leadership or everything is hierarchy, but the spirit of this is to emphasize co-leadership so that there's ownership all along the way in a process, and not necessarily, to use a very extreme example, not necessarily just hierarchical. This is what we say at the hierarchy, and this is how it's going to be, or this is what's going to go to the board, and you take your best shot at the board level. It does implicitly and explicitly call for this is a phrase that board members are accustomed to hearing me use along the way, that it emphasizes a persuade and enroll style of leadership that at every step, including what are your assumptions, premises, data points, rationales, to actually have the ability to persuade, or at least to convey an understanding of what the counter arguments or the counterpoints are. By the time we finish fleshing this out, we're going to end up with a clearer sense of how we're using consultation process, both formal and informal, how we're using focus groups as a way of capturing the spectrum of concerns or stakeholder issues or considerations. When we talk about focus groups, we're talking not only about key stakeholders affected, we're talking about the voice of all stakeholders. So in the issue around grading policies and parental notification, when the board went to a focus group approach, it included not only teachers and our classified staff. It included parents, it included students, it included, there's a universe of stakeholders, and even though some are at the forefront of whatever issue is being brought forward, that doesn't mean that others don't have a stake as well, like students or parents or what have you. So there's going to be adaptations to how we carry the spirit of this forward. But tonight is just to begin the conversation and to receive any comments or feedback, and then in December it'll come back. Thank you. Comments?
Well, I guess just a quick comment, Member Herrera. Well, I want to thank you for your articulation of not only these 6 elements of the stakeholder impact statement, but also the history behind it and how we've arrived to this issue or this proposal that you have just developed and proposed to the board tonight. So initially, when I thought about stakeholder impact statement, I only thought about, frankly, only the element 1 and 2 of what you have here of the 6 elements. But reading through 3 through 6, it makes sense. And I'm just thinking that this requires a lot more of really not just something to think about, but it seems like what you have here from 3 to 4 is actively engaging the stakeholders and also develop a process for them to participate, whether they agree or disagree with the policy program or policy proposal being brought forward by the administration. So this I think will take a lot of work, but it's meaningful. While reading this, I'm also thinking that not all policy programs or initiative would necessarily go through this process, but most impactful ones, like you mentioned earlier, about the grading policies, about the issues that we just discussed last year over the summer, things like that would need to go through this whole comprehensive process. But the minor one, for lack of a better word, wouldn't have to be necessarily go through this process. That's what I'm thinking. So at some point, we might need to distinguish which policy initiative or program needs to go through this sort of process and which one does not have to. And I think that you probably have some examples in mind already.
Yeah, I mean, because we can overwhelm the system, we can overwhelm the administration and the board if this is applied to anything and everything, you know, operational things that are going to be implemented, or, you know, so part of the developing the implementation procedures or protocols is going to be exactly what you just identified. When does this get applied? Certainly it gets applied on major issues with major impact, and those are not enough, but we can begin to clarify that, or we may have in our protocol, in our procedures, we may have a process point in which the board has a go, no go for implementing this. If there's any question or issue as to whether it ought to be implemented. But yeah, it's not for everything all the time. It's priority, major issue, major impact, policy versus operations, on and on. We can clarify this as we develop it once we decide to begin to proceed with a framework like this.
Okay, so I see in the Zoom room, we have 3 hands up. We have Vice President Lay, Board Member Chavez, and Board Member Cortese. Vice President Lay, you want to go first?
Yes, thank you, Board Member Herrera, to bring this sixth element of stakeholder impact statement. My question is, we have to, any issue like let's say any like a grading policy issue or program, they have to go through the sixth element in order for us to approve it and make it as a in our policy, or this sixth element is just help shaping us and our focus or our debate or discussions in order to make the policy what we want to discuss to be successful implemented in our policy.
So the intent here is that this would be, before it ever gets brought to the board for deliberation for any kind of decision, that the administration would have carried out a process following these six elements. And then when it comes to the board, everybody has another opportunity to advocate, you know, and the board has its deliberative process. But yes, it should not, if we adopt a framework like this and agree where it should be applied, something should not come to the board that had not fulfilled and prepared a written report with these six elements.
I want to expand a little bit more that since we will have a new board member, you know, in December or in January, so should we hold on for this, you know, six element stakeholder and bring it back with the new board member, or we have to make a decision in December, then we not include the new board member into the process?
I think what we're looking for is the experience and wisdom of the board now, and any new board member is going to need to, I mean, I think board member Lorena Chavez modeled it beautifully when she joined the board. She listened a lot, you know, and she aligned with her colleagues on a lot of things. And so I'd love to take advantage. Well, it just occurs to me, I wouldn't be able to take advantage of current board president Lan Nguyen if we brought this back in December versus in the second meeting in November. But I don't really have a concern because about any new board member joining, because this is, you know, this is for a positive proposal for this culture of our organization. And I can't imagine that any new board member would have issues with it other than coming up to speed with this and everything else as they join the board, you know.
All right.
Okay.
That's all my question. It's good work.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Lei. Board Member Chavez.
I think Board Member Cortese was before me, so I yield to Cortese.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Board Member Herrera, thank you so much for your work on this. I'm quite aware of what it took. I guess a question I have is, how do we engage our stakeholders before this comes back? You know, on the process itself.
Yeah, well, it begins tonight with stakeholders having an opportunity. It was agendized, and any comments that are received. One of the problems of trying to do something at this scale and not being an employee of the district is, you know, it requires a lot of hours, and I haven't had the hours to, you know, take this and engage with people in conversations. Although now that it's formally brought forward and we're discussing it, I just want to encourage anyone with comments or feedback to communicate with me. I'll be reaching out between now and December in order to really hear what are the suggestions or concerns from our stakeholders.
So you'll be proactively reaching out to administration and bargaining units and parent groups, student groups like that?
We will be proactively reaching out to each other. It's not just on my shoulders. People with concerns should reach out to me. You know, I did reach out to the superintendent, and his overall comment to me was that this was workable, you know, for the administration. And I accepted an editing recommendation of his that I thought was very good. But I'm willing to hear from any other member of the administration how this might be honed and strengthened.
It's just, I mean, it's elegant in its simplicity that it's just, you know, it's a checklist essentially, but it's a checklist that guides conversations. So it's a powerful document. Well done.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Lunway. You're going to say Chavez now?
Yeah.
All right. First of all, Herrera, it is very clear that you spent a lot of time on this. So thank you. It is really clear, really succinct. So I appreciate this.
Someone said that I would have written a shorter letter, but I didn't have the time. It does take a lot of effort to bring something in briefly rather than extensively, you know.
Exactly. This comes from somebody who cannot summarize very well. Appreciate that. One of my questions was like, who drives this? But through conversation, it is clear that it feels like a framework, an approach that the administration ultimately drives, right? And we plug in here and there, and we're gonna determine where that makes sense. For as this is fleshed out more, it sounds like. I see you nodding, so okay. So I'd be curious to Cortez's point, how are we going to get feedback? I heard we got feedback from Mr. Funk. I'd be curious to see what the others, the rest of our administration, their thoughts are as executors of this. I think it's important before we, if we decide to adopt this, that somebody like takes it on to make sure that there's, you know, somebody reaching out to the students, to the parents, to different bargaining units, to whoever, you know, who like we should align on that and make sure that that is true before we have a final version. And we can't assume that people are going to come to us and give us feedback, even though it's agendized. I think it's important for us to do our outreach if this is something that we are committed to. It would feel like it's going against the spirit of this document by not doing that, right? So I think you agree there. As you were speaking to, something that came to mind, you know, and we'll get clear on what items this, if we adopt it, this will pertain to, and how we approach this. But I put forth a resolution / framework on budget specifically and how we think about that. I don't plan on just putting things just to pass them and let them be dormant. I really hope to make things live, right? And so I would ask that we revisit that document and see where there is like a overlap to make sure that we don't disregard that, because we do have something in place. It's not like the answer to it all, but there could be something there. And, you know, maybe in December or between now and then, we can talk about that specifically. And the last thing that comes to mind is, I think as an organization, when we have an approach to something, one of the things that I've really appreciated of Eastside is every presentation that we've seen, it is consistent in that we address equitable communities. And this is what equitable communities is. It is clearly defined, it is outlined. I don't see anything like that here as an orientation, and I don't want to assume that we have that orientation. I think our vision is really important to keep in mind, because regardless of what stakeholder it is that is coming to the table and giving their feedback, we have a vision and we're all here to, I wrote down the vision. I don't like the word empower, but it's each student graduates prepared for college and career so that we can support them to transform their lives to thrive in a global society. So making sure that that is top of mind as we engage in whatever process it is. in that we support others through each of these steps or as necessary, stakeholders to think through that when we're giving our thoughts. Or maybe it's not at every step, but I think it will be important to have some sort of, I don't know, approach or aligning when we think about at the beginning of our engagement around that. So my 2 cents, but overall, very nice, Herrera. I like it.
Thank you very much. Those are good comments. I'm really appreciating what I'm hearing from my board colleagues. I want to ask the superintendent if he can offer any comment at this point.
I agree with the statements that have been made that, you always have done a very good job of being able to articulate thoughts that come to you, that you start to express on the dais, and then being able to put it in writing that allows for succinctness. The only thing I will just qualify is we began this conversation almost 2 years ago. The grading policy started longer than just last May, but like you mentioned, I believe this is a framework that is doable. It's always the devil's in the detail, and I would think that if we were to think about current initiatives, this would be something that, as you mentioned, would be applied towards our budget situation, but in a different way. Certainly around ethnic studies, this would apply to that. Graduation requirements, this would definitely apply to that. So I'm thinking more of the bigger ticket items that this would naturally fit into, as opposed to things that might only impact one segment of the organization, although still outreach and understanding what those arguments are still important. So I'm in favor of it, and I think it's something that we can implement as an organization. I think it'll benefit the organization.
Thank you. So one of the aspects here, again, this is just going to get fleshed out more and more once we agree on a basic framework, but part of the spirit of this is that it is both formal and informal consultations. So we don't, the formal part is, okay, you schedule a meeting with a group or with its leadership or what have you, and you have a formal meeting and what have you. Now you're visible, now you're out there, people are aware that this is stirring or something is developing. That's the formal part. Informally, before even getting there, you can reach out to a key leader or two in one of the forefront affected stakeholder groups and have an informal conversation. This is what's cooking. This is what, it's going to get teed up. It's going to be brought forward. Before I even formally do any consultation, I would like to informally have a conversation with you because you're an opinion leader. You're a stakeholder leader. What the spirit of this thing is, consultation and co-leadership, so that there's ownership at different phases of the development of a proposal or an initiative. The devil is in the details, but I think that the details can be resolved so that it is workable, doesn't become unwieldy, doesn't produce the opposite of the intention, because the intention here is to bring us closer into relationship, more into conversation, more on team with each other, and how we work out the details can support that or undermine it, but we can have this, we can keep working this forward.
Awesome. Great. That's a very thorough and meaningful and thoughtful conversation. And we'll bring it back either next meeting or the one after that, and we can even have more input and then eventually adopt this important.
Do we have anybody asking to comment on this?
Yes, Board President, we do have one written comment.
We do. Okay, great. Thank you.
This comment comes from Thomas Brittendahl, staff member. I support Board Member Herrera's 6 elements to a stakeholder impact statement and believe it will not only contribute to positive working relationships between staff and stakeholder groups, I believe it will lead to better policy with more buy-in by all involved. That's the end of written public comment.
Thank you. Thank you to
Great.
Thomas Brittendahl.
Thank you. Okay, so continue with our meeting agenda. Item 13.01 is to have a discussion and or action to approve request for proposal for superintendent search firm. So as you remember, at the last board meeting, the board had a pretty extensive discussion relating to superintendent search and the process and so on. And we agree that the first step of the process is to ask our general counsel to develop an RFP, which he did, and you had a chance to review. And it is now the time that we can have a discussion, provide input, any recommended changes, or we can simply approve as developed by council. And Mr. Rogelio is here to answer any questions that we may have. So let's start. Questions, comments from the board, if any? If you don't have it now, I just ask council to quickly go over some of the main points of the RFP. And then I believe there are some dates that need to be filled out before we before we take action to approve and ask staff to issue the RFP tomorrow. Mr. Council.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, board. Per your request, you have in front of you a draft request for proposals and qualifications for an executive search firm to assist the board in connection with the superintendent search process. So beginning on page 3 of the draft proposal, it outlines the scope of services, which broadly and generally stated would include assisting the board with all logistics in connection with the search process, helping the board to define the position requirements, assessing board priorities, goals, and objectives, assisting the board with understanding how to seek guidance from the community and other district stakeholders in this process, coming up with a plan and a timeline for the search, and conducting the search and searching for candidates in ways that generates a diversified pool of highly qualified candidates, including women and people of color. And then, of course, assist the board with the interview and selection process. And then through all of this, do it in a way that maintains strict confidentiality so as to maximize the pool of interested candidates for this process. You will see that on page 6, there are really 5 key parts to this RFP process. The first would be issuing the RFPQ itself, this proposal. The second would be to set a date by which any interested parties could submit questions regarding the RFP process. Third would be the deadline for the submittal of requests and statements of qualifications and proposals to the district. The fourth would be, if the board desires, to set a date for interviews of the submitting consultants, candidates, and then finally a date upon which the board would award the contract for services. So in this case, assuming if the board was to approve the request for proposal form of it tonight, then the RFP could be issued tomorrow. And then it would be reasonable to set a deadline of 1 week for interested parties. That would be next Friday, November 13th, to submit any request for information to the district. And then with a due date of November 30th for any proposals delivered to the district actually received by the district on that date. That is a reasonable amount of time, I believe. And then the board's the board's organizational meeting in December is set for December 17th. And assuming that that is going to be the date of selection of the consultant, then you could set a board meeting a week prior to that to hold an interview and to consider the candidates. And that could be on or about December 8th. So that is the essence of the draft proposal that's in front of you. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have.
So if the board doesn't have any questions or further comments, we can vote and take an action on this tonight so that we can release the RFP tomorrow.
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved by Herrera, second by Chavez. Let's do a roll call vote.
Is there any public comment? I'm sorry.
Mr. Mendez, any public comment?
There is no public comment on this item.
Okay. All right. Ms. Gillen, can we do the roll?
Student Governing Board Member Bruce Wynn, how do you vote?
I approve.
Board roll call vote. President Wynn,
Aye.
Vice President Lay,
Vice President Lay.
Just keep going and come back to her.
Clerk Herrera,
Aye.
Member Cortese,
Aye.
Member Chavez.
Aye.
I think we lost Vice
Yeah.
President Lay.
Yeah.
Yes, I.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, my internet is unstable, so it was disconnected. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Mr. President, as you were going through all the dates, did the board agree on adding a date for interview?
So we did potentially schedule for December 8th.
Thank you.
If the board decided to do that, but if the board decided not to, then we don't have to. So because it's if necessary, December 8th.
No, right, but it's important for us to publicize that date. We can always cancel it, but we need that. We just needed that vote.
Right. So December 8th, 6 o'clock.
December 8th, yeah, we don't have a meeting on that day, so that could work. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, agenda item 12.01, which is a presentation or discussion regarding non-cohort data. Ms. Marquez and Kristen King.
Yes, good evening, board. And so what you have here is a presentation that will be conducted by our Director of Assessment and Accountability, Ms. Kirsten King, and she will provide for you information on our locally defined non-cohort group of students. Ms. King?
Good evening, I'm Kirsten King, Director of Assessment and Accountability for the Eastside Union High School District. And let's see, I'll give Chris a sec.
I apologize. Give me a second here. We're not using the one that's actually in the, there it is. There we go. All righty. There we go. Can everyone see the presentation?
I think it's not in presentation mode. Is it in-
How's that?
I think we see your view, right?
Yeah, I think Mr. Funk, if you hit up on the top swap displays, that may put it back into presentation mode. Yes.
There we go. Okay, so good evening tonight. We're here to discuss some information that we have discovered regarding the local non-cohort students in the district, looking at last year's class. And as we look tonight and we think about our equitable East Side communities, what I would really like for us to use as a frame is that as a system, we need to learn how to respond to all of the needs of our local non-cohort students so that those students can exit our system at the same high levels as our local cohort students. So what we're going to discuss tonight is the difference basically between the local cohort and the local non-cohort. Who are the students in our non-cohort and what do we know about the students in our local non-cohort? And then we'll discuss some next steps. So our local cohort, we've been using for quite a long time, and it was defined a while ago, many years ago, and it's very strict. So students who begin with East Side on the first day of grade 9 and they stay continuously enrolled in an East Side school until the end of grade 12. These students might move schools at the end of a year, and then they start on day 1 of the following year at the new school. They might move programs like home hospital or independent study within or outside of their school. And at the end of the year, they start on the first day of the new year in that program or school in East Side. Okay, so that's our local cohort, very strictly defined. So when we look at our local non-cohort students, this is a very complex group. And when we look at what happens to them in their 4 years in high school, it can get really complicated. So these students start after day 1 of grade 9 at some point. They'll move East Side schools sometime during the year. They might move programs sometime during the year. They come to East Side from other schools outside of the district or the country, and they may not start on day 1 of grade 9. And they move in and out of the district, state, or country. And what's important to understand is that a student may only exhibit one of these characteristics, or they might exhibit 3 of these characteristics or 4 of these characteristics while they're in high school. And when we're talking about these students tonight, and we're going to start looking at some data, we're going to talk about how many grades were you enrolled in East Side? And then we're also going to talk about how many full years you were in East Side. So the difference is a student could be enrolled for 3 grade levels with us, but those might not be complete years. They might have not begun each year on the first day of school and stayed continuously enrolled until the last day of school. So if you were with East Side for 3 years, you might have had 0 complete years, 1 complete year, 2 or 3 complete years with us. So it gets pretty complicated when we start thinking about it, but it's important sort of to have a context of that as we look at the data. So why do we really care about looking at the local non-cohort versus the cohort students? And this graph is the reason why. And that's because when we look on the right-hand side, the blue bars represent the graduation rates for the students in our local cohort. The green bar represents the graduation rates for our students in our local non-cohort. there's a 24 percentage point differential in that outcome. So we do not have equal exit outcomes for these groups of students, and we need to learn how to respond to our local non-cohort so they can graduate at the same high rates as our cohort students. And as you can see, not all of our student subgroups, some have a higher differential between the local non-cohort graduation rate and the local cohort graduation rate. These are our special populations. So our English language learner students, socioeconomically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, foster youth, McKinney-Vento. And you can see that the differential between these non-cohort students and the local cohort students in those same groups, even greater differentials for these students. And hence, it's very important for us to learn more about how we can respond to them in a positive way. So who are the students in our local non-cohort and cohort? So 73% of our senior class last year was in the local cohort versus 27% of our students were in our non-cohort. And that's about the same percentage that we've seen for the last several years when we've been looking at local cohort, local non-cohort. When we look at our cohort students, 32% of those students are Asian, 33% are African American, 57% are Hispanic, and 5% are white. (27% of them are English language learners, 65% socioeconomically disadvantaged, 12% students with disabilities, 9% McKinney-Vento students, and 2% are foster youth. But when we look at actual subgroups, some of our subgroups themselves as a whole have higher percentages in the local non-cohort. So when we look at just English language learners, 58% of our English language learners are in our non-cohort. When we just look at foster youth, 83% of those students are in our non-cohort. When we look at our McKinney-Vento students, 69% are in our non-cohort. Sorry, getting cotton mouth all of a sudden. So when we look at grade levels enrolled versus the number of complete years a student serves in our district, what effect does that have? So what we see is the more grade levels a student is enrolled and the more complete years they attend, the higher their graduation rates. So let's look exactly at what that looks like. So we had 153 students that attended only one grade level with us. 112 of those students had no complete years, so they came in partway in their senior year. And 41, and 56% graduated. 41 students had a complete year, and 73% of those students graduated. For the students, we had 219 that served 2 grade levels with us. 32% completed 0 years, complete years with us, 41 graduation rate. 118, 1 complete year, 79% graduated, 69, 2 complete years, and 86% graduated. We had 268 students that attended 3 grade levels with us. 19 of those students had 0 complete years with us and only 21% graduated. 51 had 1 complete year with us and 53% graduated. 97 had 2 complete years and 84% graduated. And 101 had 3 complete years and 92% graduated. We had 833 students that were actually with us for 4 grade levels. 15 had 0 complete years and 7% graduated. 51 had 1 complete year for 45% graduated. 188, 2 complete years and 53% graduated, and 579 had 3 complete years and 80% graduated. We don't have 4 complete years because if they had 4 complete years, they would actually be part of the cohort. So as they get more cohort-like, right, the more number of years and the more complete years they were with us, the higher the chances they have of graduating. So what that means for us is we need to look at how we can respond to the students that have the less complete years with us. What kinds of services and protections do we need to put in place to assist these students through high school? So does the number of Eastside schools a student attends affect the likelihood of the student graduating? We had 886 students that attended one Eastside school, and 80% of those students graduated. 483 attended 2 schools and 63% graduated. 98 attended 3 schools, 37% graduated, and we had 6 students that attended 4 to 6 Eastside schools, and 2% of those students graduated. So what this shows us is that the fewer number of Eastside schools a student attends, the higher their chance of graduating. So when students do move around schools, we need to target those students for wraparound services. We need to learn how to respond so that we can make up for that movement. So where are the entering students coming from? We had 198 students come from one of our charter schools, and they had a 69% graduated. 860 came from out of district somewhere else, and 72% graduated. And we had 210 come from out of the country, 71% graduated. But if these students enrolled for 2 or more grade levels, and the students attended complete years during the grade levels they were enrolled, those graduation rates increased 78%, 88%, and 82%. However, the graduation rate really is the lowest in all of these cases if the students only attend 1 year. So the students, in this case, if they attend 1 year, it means they come to us their senior year. So we definitely want to look at that group of students and what kinds of supports we can supply there. So what happens when students move in and out of programs like our independent study program and our home and hospital programs? We had 436 students in these programs, 388 had this happened for 1 grade level, 57% graduated, 48 for 2 to 4 grade level, 61% graduated. So students who are moving in and out of programs during the school year, okay, so this isn't happening at the end of a school year, during the school year, have lower graduation rates. But really, this might have a lot more to do with what's happening in the student's life than program to school movement, because there's a lot going on outside of school for students that are in home and hospital programs and in our independent study programs. So in summary, English language learners, foster youth, and McKinney-Vento students have higher percentages of students in the local non-cohort. The more grade levels the student is enrolled in Eastside schools, the more complete years the student finishes, increases graduation rates. So we need to look at the students that don't fit in those categories and provide services. The fewer number of Eastside schools a student attends, the higher their chance of graduating. And students coming from out of country, district, or charters in grade 12 have the lower graduation rates. And students coming from outside of district, country, or charters who attend 2 or more complete years in Eastside have the higher graduation rates. Students who move to programs during the school year have the lower graduation rates, and we need to figure out wraparound services for those students. So what's next? So we've gotten a glimpse, we've done some analysis on these students, and really what we need to do now is take a deeper dive into the data. We need to really look at more individual levels, look for patterns. We need to look at transcripts of students. We need to look at referral histories of our students, discipline records, all of keeping in mind looking for patterns so that we can possibly create some policies on transfer credits and grades, inter-district transfers between schools, and really look at what types of multi-tiered systems of support structures we can put in place for students that are coming to us from outside of Eastside, students that need specialized programs, all of the students in our non-cohort, so that we can provide and respond to these students' situations so that they can exit with high outcomes like our local cohort students. And lastly, this wasn't a particularly easy analysis, and it took a team of us to do it. So I would like to acknowledge those that helped me, and that's Luan No, Elsa Laughlin, and Keon Nguyen. And now if there's any questions anybody has, I'm happy to go over them.
Lon, you're muted.
Go ahead, but you can see my lips sort of go like this.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Great data. We have two board members who have their hands up. First one is board member Cortese, and then board member Chavez.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kirsten, for this presentation. I was the one who requested this, and I'm very, very grateful. I just looking at the data, I can tell that this was not an easy thing to put together. And yet, you know, several years ago when we came up with this concept of local cohort, I thought, you know, it's not useful for us to just get all puffed up about how many of our kids are graduating, right? And not look at these students. To me, if we're taking equity seriously, the whole point of having a local cohort and a non-local cohort is to look precisely at these students. Really, if it's all about equity, right? So thank you for the hard work to bring this together. I hope this is, you know, clearly your next steps will take us deeper with this. I hope this is something we look at often, at least once a year. And you know, Bruce, I hope that you can comment on this too, because I would really like to engage our student governing board as our partner in serving these students, because when I have talked to some of these students at, you know, some of the various committees that I go to, one of the things, the themes that the students that move around a lot, what they tell me is that they didn't feel like they fit in. And this is something to me that students can help other students with. And so I would love to see the student governing board find a way, maybe it's a program, maybe it's enhancing something we already have, some kind of a buddy system. I don't know what it could be, but I think that students could actually play a role in helping us serve these students better. So thank you.
Yeah.
Board member Chavez.
I think Bruce wants to respond. Go ahead, Bruce. I think you had a response to Cortese. Go ahead, and then I'll go.
Yeah, I would like to respond to this. So this is something that my school has naturally been working on with transfer students and students that come like not from our school on the first day of school. So this was developed by our school's ASB. It's a mentorship program. Students that volunteer as a mentor help other students as well, and we mentor not just freshmen, right? We mentor upperclassmen, students that transferred to our school as well. So yeah, it's definitely a really great microcosm of how we can implement that on a bigger level. And I'd say a lot of the people that we help, it's called the Honorary Eagles Program. It was headed by our activities director, actually, as well as ASB. So if you would like to know for information, you can also ask him. But yeah, I definitely do like to entertain that idea.
I love that. I'd love to see it district-wide.
Awesome. Thank you, Bruce.
Great.
Staff, I was geeking out. I was loving all the data, all the analysis. I was like, ooh, what about this? What about that? It is clear that y'all are, I think y'all enjoyed this too. Maybe I'm just making that assumption. When I was seeing the next steps, I was like, oh, I would have asked that and that and that. Anyway, okay, that's not the point. The point is, one of the first things that I noticed, Kirsten, that I really appreciated that when you started this conversation, this presentation was your commitment to the non-cohort students and you saying we need to figure out how to serve them. Like they are all our students. 100% agree. It is easy to say it is hard, they move, there's this, there's that. There's always a reason, right? But like this really reaffirms our commitment to our students. So I just want to say how appreciative I am of just hearing that come out of your mouth. That just meant like really set the tone. So thank you. Thank you for that. I also didn't realize how strict the definitions were. I was like, whoa. Like literally, like if there is movement, like it matters when that movement is. So that was really interesting to me. I saw one of the questions that I had is, and y'all will probably go more into depth with this, but students coming in and out and seeing like the result of that. But I'm curious how much of that transiency happens within East Side, not necessarily within East Side Union High School District, but with other charters or with private schools. Does that exist? And are there any trends there? Because I'm like, if somebody is leaving and coming back because like, oh, I get this here, but not over there, never mind, I changed my mind. Like, is there any analysis or findings there that we can like grasp onto? And the other one was the grade level that the student actually leaves and comes back, right? I know that we've had pilots on 9th grade specifically, 9th grade students. We know that that is an integral grade to set our students up for success. And so like, have we seen, and I think this is where the transcript piece is gonna come into play, where we like analyze those details more, but that was another wondering that I had. But overall, this is really cool. Very, very nice job.
I think you gave a good suggestions, and there's like, that's what happens when you look at this data. All of a sudden you think about all of these other things to look at. And I think we're going to be looking at this stuff for a long time. And we do actually have the ability to look at the two particular ones that you brought up tonight. And so we will be looking at all of that kind of stuff. Thanks.
Board Vice President Lay.
Yes, thank you, Christine, and your team that provide this presentation. Now I can understand a little bit more about the data of local cohort vs local non-cohort. My questions for you is when we look into the subgroups have a higher percentage in the non-cohort, including English language learners. So could you expand a little bit more about why the English language learner that belong to the high percentage in the non-cohort?
So I think I know what you're asking, but I don't think I can answer that question. I don't know what it necessarily is about the English language learners, although at the end, one of the last slides, it does show us how many students came to us from another country. Mm-hmm. And students coming to us from another country do speak another language, but we also have a lot of English language learners that are born in this country, but begin life speaking another language at home, right? And so I think that some of the reason is because we do get English language learners, students coming to us from outside the country. So we have 210. Mm-hmm. And so that's, you know, maybe I'm just really rough estimate. I'm not, I think that's about maybe 40% of what we were looking at in terms of English language learners in the non-cohort.
but my other question that you were talking about 71% graduate out of country, the graduation rate is the lowest. So I was wondering, how do we support our English learners, because the language, and I heard that, and I saw to adapt it as well as pick it up and graduate it, on time. So I was wondering how can we support them, to move up the percentage of graduations?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think we have a lot of responses, and we have a lot of summer programs to accelerate their English language development and move them along the courses of English. They take all of the same core courses as all the other students. But one of the things that we probably definitely will do sooner rather than later is look in depth into the transcripts of the students that come to us midway through high school, and start looking at how we are assigning credits towards graduation from courses that were completed in other countries, how that transfers in. And we do that now, but trying to make sure that we create a consistent and fair policy and procedure for doing that will be another thing that we look at.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea. So hopefully that we be able to support more in terms of, but if we look into their report card from other country, might not match as, in terms of the language proficiency. So I think it's, even though particular student might be very good in math, but for other English and other subject probably will slow them down, because the country that they was born and has a different method, to teach the student. So I think if we can look into a little bit more in depth, how can we support these English learners, students? That's what I want.
Okay.
Thank you, Kristen.
Mr. Herrera.
I just wanted to thank Kristen King for her presentation, and to say that I'm always so impressed by your presentations to the board. You are a top-notch person on our team, and your team is top-notch. So thank you for the work that you continue doing for our district, and for generating really meaningful data that can inform how we adjust our strategies and everything that we're seeking to accomplish. Thank you so much.
Any additional comments, Board Member Cortese?
Yeah, sorry. Just I remembered one other thing I wanted to say. This proportionality of the Latinx students in this group has me also want to look at our SHAPE data, or is there anything that we're doing from a disciplinary standpoint, moving students around, that maybe we need to now weigh? Does the disciplinary action weigh that against the impact on graduation? And are there other things that we could be doing to address those concerns that support the student? And obviously the impact on the stability of staying on campus is obviously huge.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I agree with most, if not all, of my board colleagues here that this is a great presentation. Most of the data are very helpful. I am especially interested in the data relating to our non-cohort, about where they came from, when you show that 83% of the student population is foster youth. About almost 60% is ELL students, and a significant percentage of them are kidney vento students. So foster youth is the student population that probably need the most help, because not only they have to move a lot because of failed placement in the foster care system, but they've been through some very bad, even horrendous, horrible experience in their life. And not only that, they have to keep moving from place to place. And you add on that with all the behavioral issues that they develop along the way of having been placed with so many placement and foster home and group homes and so on. I think that we should pay more attention to that. And I know that we have a great number of social workers, and they themselves are also overworked. If there is a way that we can connect the foster youth and the social workers, because each of these foster youth have their own social workers, but if they can work in collaboration with our own school side social workers or district social workers, I think that would benefit them a whole lot. Yeah, and you have great data about where our students come from or come from, and the significant of them come from not only charter school but out of the district. If there are ways that we can survey about, why did they leave where they were, how did they end up here, and track that and use that for either recruitment or just some significant finding to help guide out future decision making regarding either programs or student recruitment, I think that would be very helpful.
Okay. Thank
so
you.
Like, you're gonna do all of that, right?
Lots of suggestions for us to look at. Yeah. Love it.
Thank you, Kristen.
President, we're coming up to 10 p.m. when we're supposed to vote whether to continue the meeting or to postpone any items.
Yeah, I just noticed that. So we are at 12.01 now, I believe. So we have.
No, we're at 14.2.
Is it? Okay.
And then we have one more presentation that's pretty straightforward, and that same presentation was moved forward at the last board meeting. So I would encourage us to finish that on 15.1 off.
Yes,
So
I agree.
Continue as is. Is it the recommendation?
Just recognizing what Mr. Herrera said, that's close to 10, and we're going to be right up to the 10 o'clock. So maybe if the board would extend the meeting by 15 minutes, that would be helpful.
Yeah, move to extend the meeting for 15 minutes.
I'll second.
Okay.
Well, could we adjust that to say that we would extend the meeting to cover 15.01, because 15 minutes may or may not be sufficient.
The rest is consent agenda.
All right.
All right.
Okay, so a motion and a second. Let's do the roll call vote, and we'll continue with what we have left.
Student Governing Board Member Bruce Wynn, how do you vote?
I approve.
Thank you. Board roll call vote. President Wynn,
Aye.
Vice President Lay,
Aye.
Clerk Herrera,
Aye.
Member Cortese,
Aye.
Member Chavez.
Aye.
Okay, great. So let's go back to where we were. Okay, so so we did 14.01. So now let's do 14.02.
Yes, we're asking the board to approve a provisional internship permit for one teacher.
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved by Chavez, second by Cortese. Let's do a roll call vote.
Student Governing Board Member Bruce Wynn, how do you vote?
I approve.
Board roll call vote. President Wynn,
Aye.
Vice President Lay,
Aye.
Clerk Herrera,
Aye.
Member Cortese,
Aye.
Member Chavez.
That's unanimous. 15.01 is a presentation, information, and/or discussion regarding board discretionary measure Z. Mr. Chu.
Yes, good evening. At the board's request, staff has brought forward a presentation on the Measure Z board discretionary fund. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Sandy Nguyen. She's our construction bond program control manager. She will be presenting tonight, and our senior manager of the bond program, Julio Lucas, will be here to address any questions. So Sandy, go ahead and take it over.
Good evening, Sandy Nguyen, Construction Bond Program Controls Manager. I will be giving a brief overview of the Board Discretionary Measure Z. Measure Z was passed on November 2016 as a general obligation bond for $510 million. On January 19, 2017, the board approved a distribution plan which allocated $69,334,015 total for board discretionary. Here is the bond series schedule for board discretionary. The pink color indicates the two series that were sold, series A and B in 2017 and 2019, netting a total of $11,100,000. The light blue color indicates the four series that are still unsold. In the chart on the right, it shows the ratio of board discretionary to authorized bond amount by series. You can see the ramp up of board discretionary funds starting in 2025 through 2033. Next slide, please. Of the two series that were sold in the amount of $11,100,000, the board committed to supplement and fund the following three projects: Overfelt Music, Art, and Admin Modernization, the Educational Center Adult Transition Program North, and the district-wide baseball and softball improvements. Total amount was $6,738,850, leaving a current remaining balance of $4,361,150 from the two series. Here's a summary and a series balance. The chart on the right shows out of the $69,334,015 total for board discretionary, 84% is still remaining in unsold bonds, 16% have been sold, 10% of that went to fund projects, and the remaining 6% is still available. Next slide, please. Currently, the remaining board discretionary balance for Series B is $4,361,150. Do you have any questions regarding the information that was presented?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a question. Thank you, Sandy and Lucas, that brought this item to the board. My question is, so we have $4,361,150 left in the Series B that we can use it as a board discretion, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then what I want to propose that if we can use this board discretion to help the current projects with enhancing outdoor learning opportunities and improving social emotional space for student return to school. As you know that, we start to have, reopen the school, and I was wondering if we can use this money and staff could think which is any other opportunity that we can enhance the outdoor learning opportunity, and always like look into a way that we can help a student to be prepared to go back to our school with safety. So if you can bring it back next time, or if you want to address it at this time, because I know that we still have 4 million, and maybe I'm not sure the board want to know that any current projects right now were affected at this point in time, or we want to wait until 2021 to sell the Series 6. But I think if we can use this money right now to enhance those current projects, is a good system right now.
What I'd like to suggest is that the bond department work closely with the COVID response team in coming up with a meaningful way to use this, if that's the board's wishes and the superintendent's wishes. But I think meshing with what the COVID response team is doing is important to act in a unified way.
Yeah, Ms. Lee, I just need more clarification. What do you mean by current initiative? Applying this money to a current initiative? I have no idea.
I mean, the current projects, the current project that we have right now that is in the construction right now, or you are most finished.
I don't know
the
what current project you're referring to.
Like Overfell or Andrew Hill or any other project that we are working right now, so we can use this money to enhance, you know, those outdoor learning opportunity, and for, you know, for the COVID-19, that we can enhance those equipment for sanitizer or for, you know, washing hand, or I just think about all of those things could happen if when we reopen the school, and if we can use that money.
I think we need to take this offline, because the examples you just gave are not appropriate expenditures out of the bond. For hand sanitizer, we have funds. We have COVID-19 funds for that.
Okay.
And so without, you know, to add money to a current project that is there's no request for, I just don't think that's appropriate use of bond money.
So can we find some way to improve social emotional space for student return to school? I mean, you know, some student gonna have a little bit more hard time. I'm just gonna give an suggestions, an idea, and I hope that the construction, the bond team can bring back some idea, some suggestion if we can use the board discretionary money.
Are you talking about like outdoor learning spaces so teachers
Yes.
can hold classes outside?
Exactly, because as you know that we were restricted with the social distance learning, right? So if we can think about any other opportunity that we can create space for students when they return, you know, to the school. So that's why I asked this question and want the, you know, the bond team to think about what other suggestions or other project that we could link in to the current projects right now and provide this, the opportunity for emotional space for students. So it don't have to do right now, but I'd like to hear back from the bond team, you know, to bring back maybe next month. And we can take a look at this instead of, now we don't have that much time, but to review it. So that is my suggestions.
Mr. President.
No, I'd like to see. I mean, I think I understand now what we're looking at here. So staff will come back with some different ideas at our next opportunity with the board.
Yes.
Well, and probably you might consider having a Zoom meeting with Board Member Lay and your team, and probably hear more about what she has in mind before you come up with what you're proposing.
Well,
I'm just saying that out loud. You don't have to, but that is one way that you could do it.
So, Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead.
I think it's entirely legitimate for Board Member Lay to be offering this kind of suggestion, but it ought not to be a directive to the administration unless the board itself directs it as a board. And as a suggestion, I think it's worthy of some consideration. Mr. Chris Chu just indicated, you know, they could give it some review and possibly bring something back, but because it wouldn't be a board directive, if the administration concludes that there really isn't anything there that's appropriate or priority enough, then they shouldn't be under any obligation to bring anything back. Just simply say, we looked at it and we're not bringing anything back, unless the board itself wants to give a directive, but I think when one board member speaks as one board member, it ought not to be held as a directive to the administration.
Yeah, I just want to hear back from, the bond team, yeah, and if this not, if they don't have any suggestion, then I like to hear from them. It's just want to look out for our students when they return back to school, and we create, space for them, during the current projects right now. So that is my suggestions. That's my idea.
So I will take this offline and follow up with you, Trustee Lay, because one of the things I'm having a hard time understanding is, we are bringing students back here in the next weeks. And when we're talking about structures outside to support distance learning or bringing people back sooner, we're talking about DSA, we're talking about 6 months to 18 months to do things. And so it's not really reasonable to think that we can do something this spring with bond money. But I'll meet with you offline to get more ideas, and then I will also get an opinion from the legal bond counsel on what we can use our bond funds for tied to COVID-19.
Okay.
Well, and is it possible? Yeah, can we use some of the COVID money to maybe you can create temporary structures? Like those large gathering tents, that they put up outside. That and I don't really think that's bond money, probably, but maybe that is COVID money that we could use to create those kind of outdoor learning spaces.
I get the sentiment here of increasing. I get that. What I'm hearing from Vice President Lay is that she wants to set stuff up so that more students can have access to learning. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And as you're saying that, like, I think we should always be thinking about how we do that. And a few things come to mind, like we've passed phases. We have structures at our school sites. I think before we decide to spend any money, we need to analyze, like, what do we have in place? Where are the opportunities? How can we get creative without spending any money, right? I think we need to look at the numbers of people coming back, right? If you look at just this first week, it was really small, right? And so people that are being called back, even they're not wanting to, right? For different reasons, both on the staff side, on the student side. And so what's the point if people are not coming back? So I think there's a number of things to look at before we make any monetary investments, especially with the budget situation that we're in right now. And we also have a reopening task force committee that supported making these recommendations. I think, in the spirit of involving stakeholders, I think it's important to get that feedback as well. Again, before any money is spent, even if it's money that we have in our disposal, I don't know.
No, I absolutely agree that I just want to explore any other opportunities so we can think one step ahead of, when the school reopen, and how can we support our students with the environment, that open space. I mean, we cannot think a little bit further down, not just only right now, but I'm willing to take the time to sit down with Superintendent Fung and the bond team to elaborate it, this issue, and we probably will bring back, to the board, and we, can discuss a little bit further.
Got it. That makes sense. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, great discussion. So now what we have left is the consent calendar.
Move for approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Moved by Herrera, second by Chavez.
Yeah, I'm coming through today, right? Today is the day.
All right. Okay. All right. So let's do the roll call vote.
Student Governing Board Member Bruce Wynn, how do you vote?
I approve.
Thank you. Board roll call vote. President Wynn.
Aye.
Vice President Lay.
Aye.
Clerk Herrera,
Aye.
Member Cortese,
Aye.
Member Chavez.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. Next is the opportunity for board members to request item for future agenda. Anyone would like to request for anything to be
Yes.
discussed? Okay.
I like to request if the administrator bring back a presentation about the Navians. I think I have asked this project, Navians project, how do we support our students as well as parents when they first got into our school, and how do they navigate it, and the survey to see that, you know, what happened in the school, how many students that have been used in the Navians, because I received, you know, one conversation with a daughter of a friend of mine, and what she told me that she, you know, found out that some interest of one of the career, but actually she could use it, the magnet program or whatever. So I was thinking that how can we support our student, you know, if we can have that presentation on the Navians. And I also want to recommend that since we never have the recognition, more recognition or anything, but if I think it's a lot of staff have been worked very hard, you know, from different department, if we can have, you know, maybe next month or next 2 months, recognize their hard work from staff or teacher.
You're breaking up.
Yeah.
Trustee.
It was hard to hear. Van.
Okay, sorry about my internet.
Okay.
What I hope
So,
you've been receiving. I hope you've been receiving the monthly Equitable Communities newsletter where we are highlighting staff members for their excellent work. We do that every single month.
Okay, but recognize, yeah, on the board, because I saw that the one of the item is staff and recognition from the board. So that's what I would say, that if we can bring back, I know even though we have the letters, your newsletter, but I recognize them when we start the board. Probably, you know, half a year. I don't want to do it every year, every month, but that's something that I would like to see.
Yeah, maybe you can talk that to you can discuss that with superintendent more on the one-on-one, on your one-on-one together.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Remember any request board agenda item? No. Okay, that's it. All right, superintendent and board communications. Let's start with board member Chavez. Anything you want to share? You want to say?
I'm just, I'm feeling really appreciative of all of our Eastside staff, our Eastside community. Today was a deep dive into the work, the people, the stories, the experiences. And it was just so great to see it all come together today. So just, I'm feeling very grateful. Want to express my gratitude for everyone on staff. Thank you for everything you do. It is very, very much appreciated.
Okay, board member Cortese.
Well, pretty much ditto to that. I really appreciate the presentation on the non-local cohort students. Thank you so much for that. It was a long time coming and worth the wait. And really deep bows of gratitude to our social workers and the presentation on the, addressing the social emotional needs of our students. That was really moving to hear that also. So thank you.
Great. Mr. Herrera.
Just appreciative, ditto, for our presentations today and who we are as an East Side organization and community. And I appreciated the comments for the draft stakeholder impact statement. It was helpful. So thank you.
Okay, Board Member Lay.
Well, just want to echo with everyone that we have a long night, but it's a lot of comprehensive presentation. I really appreciate everyone, including our board member Herrera, that put a lot of time to work on the draft. So looking forward for the next board meeting.
Right. Well, for me, it was a great meeting as well. All the presentation was great. A lot of good information. It kind of reminds us why we're here. You know, sometimes I say, well, it's getting so late. I'm getting tired. It's more than 10 o'clock. But there was a great presentation. That's why we're here. You know, yep. Okay, Superintendent.
I'll just ditto what everyone has said, that, we've had 2 board meetings now that have gone fairly long, but man, the dialogue and the presentations have just been very rich and very exciting. And these are the type of board meetings that reinforce the work that we do. So very thankful for everyone's participation and particularly the work of all of our staff.
Thank you. Bruce, anything you want to share or you want to add?
Yeah, definitely. With the introduction of this non-cohort item, it really brings light into like how we can help just like every student, and not just students that may be like more academically successful, but like students who may be in other situations as well. This also plays into the goals of SGB and helping not just like, I would say, more diverse students as well, like equity. So I mean, I continue to look forward to this, and as I progress through the year, I would probably make light of that along with the rest of the SGB as well. So yeah, and then also with Title IX, it was also a good thing to hear about as well. You know, bringing this up also reminds me that yeah, this is something that students should all hear about and know about, as well as with all of the other policies. So in the future, I would probably make more mentions of this. So yeah, thank you very much for discussing this.
Okay, next is a board meeting evaluation. I think we just did that. But if there's anything else you want to say, you can say it now.
We have to ask Julio Pardo, who gives us a grade every time.
Julio, are you there?
I'll give you guys a B+ for the night.
Thank you, Julio.
Awesome.
In the future, you can just say thumbs up or thumbs down.
Okay, legal counsel, a report from unclosed session actions.
There are no actions to report.
Okay, that's it. Board meeting adjourned. See you in 2 weeks.